Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You wouldn't expect. I mean, Tucker is, he's like like his sources are solid.
Well, he's got a demon source, Bubba.
I know, and do you think that? I mean,
is that what people say when they wake up after a white party? They just blame it on the demons.
Oh, you're talking about a Diddy party?
Yeah.
You think you're saying Tucker was at a freak off and some guy had some Edward Scissorhand gimmicks?
Maybe.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Bubba the Love Sponge show. Kind of a sad day for me. Today is my son's 23rd birthday, and I will not have the opportunity to see him, say a happy birthday to him, take him to dinner, any of the conventional things that a father would do with their son for their birthday. We're going on our, I think this is my second birthday or my third birthday that he has zero contact with me.
It's like at least the third. You want to take me to dinner?
No, not really. No.
I'll be your son if you want to slip me a card with $250 in it.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know if this will get back to him, but Tyler, I hope you have a great birthday. And boy, I wish we could somehow, shape or form. I mean, hell,
Tyler, you know the AOL email address. Don't be afraid to fire it up and send Pops an email. He still gets them.
I mean, look, Israel and Iran were able to hammer out their indifferences in 12 days. I would think that the going on 3 years is just...
Well, you need Trump to broker your relationship, I think, with Tyler. Bring him in.
That would work.
Can any of you... Now, I know that I guess I probably... am somewhat to blame for whatever reason why we don't talk, but every one of you have a kid. Two of you have sons. Can you imagine not having a relationship, not even physically seeing? Not physically see. It's almost like I've been in prison because I don't even physically see. I don't talk to him. I can't go to his Facebook. I can't go to his Instagram. I can't go to his X. I can't see how he does in racing. I can't see. I'm completely blocked, like 1,000%. Can you imagine if you had to do that with your son?
No. That'd be catastrophic.
Oh, yeah. it is catastrophic. I sit in here every day and act like I don't want to cry myself to sleep, but most nights I cry myself to sleep.
No, you get out of here. You're not actually crying.
I've cried. I do cry about it sometimes.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
I do cry about it sometimes. Like I'll see a picture of us, racing, or some type of picture.
Well, yeah, 15 of his pictures pop up behind you during the show every day.
Yeah, true. So,
but I mean, you're not trying to put them out of your life. You're not trying to not think about them at all. There's just all there's always there's always reminders.
Whose phone just did what now?
I was trying to send Lummy something to send to you that made me cry last night thinking about kids.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. You cried last night, too?
Mm-hmm.
We should have been together holding each other.
Can you send that to Bubba real fast, please?
We should have been holding each other.
I was crying during the OKC celebration yesterday, if that counts. I mean, we were all... hey, either way, guys, we let it out, man, and it feels good to cry.
The common denominator, regardless of what caused it, is that we all cried yesterday in some way.
So things are going great for all of us. Lummy?
Or form.
Lummy, did you cry?
Oh, I cried. I was on hold with for 3 hours with booking, and I cried at the end of it.
No.
Hold on, 3 hours with booking?
Oh, yeah, trying to get them to...
to press charges on... Oh, good luck.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck.
Yeah. Trust me, talking to someone in Singapore.
Good
on the Airbnb deal?
Yeah.
Oh, God, Lummy, just set your house on fire. You're not getting any charges or anything.
Good luck on getting anybody to charge anybody for anything, especially if you're Bubba the Love Sponge. If you're Bubba the Love Sponge, man, I mean, literally, I think somebody could shoot me and get away with it. I mean, it's just like there's the level of double standardness with regards to. Who's that $20?
Strauss TV, $20.
Strauss TV.
I sent you Dr. Dan's video.
Okay. Dan, you're starting to see a little bit of unwind. I'm not going to get into it, but just the I call it the Bubba factor. Mm-hmm. It's just like, oh my God. It's just, I can't even really get into it.
Dan, you didn't send him a video of the Palestinian kids saying they only can eat sand because they're not getting any aid into Gaza, are you?
They can't only eat sand.
All right, I'm just making sure, because that's going around right now. I don't know if it's true or not, but
we can only
Israel's
eat
already
sand.
looking not great.
They've got crumbled concrete they can eat.
So Dan, is this the video right here?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This made you cry?
Yeah. Do you have the setup?
Yeah. Well, I would love to have the setup.
It's Sophia as a young little child feeding Danny and singing to him.
Oh, so this is your daughter, and this is your son, and she's kind of being like a little mother,
right?
And
mother's helper.
My little mama's helper.
Dan's name is 2 Ferrari Dan on YouTube.
Yeah,
that's cool, man. I like that.
He needs to change it because he didn't have any. He only has one Ferrari race car.
I have 2.
Yeah. Oh,
the race car and the Testarossa.
Okay, all right.
Still 2.
All right.
And I'm for baby and me.
See, doesn't it make when you watch videos of your younger children, it makes you feel as if it's when they just had this unconditional love for their mom and dad, like their mom and dad was their world. And as they get older, you lose your luster as a parent. You know what I'm saying? And
what you're saying, like Sophia and little Danny have lost their luster for Dan?
In general, as you get older, you get more distant from your parents to the point where you eventually move out and become an adult and do your own thing. But when they're under your coop, so to speak, and they're younger, they literally think that you're Superman. You are their Superman. Mm-hmm. You are, and then it starts.
It's a lot to live up to be honest.
I know, and that, Sophie right now. I'm sorry, Sammy right now. You are her world. You are the best dad in the world. Dad's the best. And then as she gets to be like 13, 14, 15, she starts getting a little sassy. She's hanging out with some kids at school, and Dad's not so cool anymore. Dad's not cool anymore. It happened to me with my son. Went from, my God, my dad is my world. My dad, I can't ever, oh my God, Dad, to, now is his birth. I'm ready to cry. Now, I've gone full circle. Now it's like he won't even have a relationship with me. So, as your children are younger, you as a parent are their end all be all. And it just gradually, as they get older, not that you become less of a parent or a bad parent, it's just they get older, and it's not, dad and mom just aren't as cool as they used to be. I mean, I think it's a natural progression, right? I mean,
I think there's a coolness factor, and then I think there's sometimes there's an incredibly strong love factor that I don't know ever fades. Yeah, you might not think your parents are the coolest anymore, but I don't know if that changes exactly how you feel about them.
Oh, like my mom, for instance. I'm not as close to her and see her and speak with her as I did when I lived under her roof, but my love factor for her probably has intensified as I've gotten older. Like, you take loving your mom and dad for granted when you live with them, but when you don't live with them anymore, it makes you maybe love them even more. I don't know. That seems to be an option.
Twinkle, twinkle.
Oh, Dan, that might make me cry.
Twinkle star, have I wonder what you are. Up above the wheel so high. Like a diamond
And she knows it too. Mm-hmm. Like she nails it.
in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle.
That's the demographic for
little
Twinkle.
Star, have I wonder what you are.
There's a follow-up.
Patty cake.
Baker's man. Oh, this is this.
First man, big man.
Okay.
Kiss as fast as you can.
She got it.
And Patty and Buckle the bee. Put an errand for baby and me.
Sometimes it's a time suck, man, when those old videos and old pictures pop up on your phone. iPhone's always trying to get you to get distracted from your life by showing you things that happened 4 years ago that were much better. Yeah,
like a memory.
Yeah,
like memories, and they get me every time. They'll either show Pookie because
Pookie's, it's dogs or kids, man.
Dogs are kids. You're right.
Yeah,
they are kids.
Dogs are kids. And it gets me every time. I'll watch it, or I'll just have to put my phone down because, it gets you.
Did Dan get a coast? Did Dan say dogs are kids?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
I agree.
Dogs,
there we go.
Dogs are kids.
My dog is on his last leg.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, Doc. He's almost 14.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's got a cataract. He's deaf. I mean, he still runs around.
Same thing with Pookie.
Yeah.
Pookie got cataracts. And then she became very hard of hearing, and then after she kind of lost the majority of her hearing, then everything became ritual based. Just where she had to know her environment.
Does the tail still wag, Dan?
The tail still wags, but he's having accidents, and it's just it's getting to that
same
point.
thing. And Pookie started having seizures. And I put her on anti-seizure medicine, and then they put her on a special, and their kidney started failing.
It just becomes...
And they put her on special kidney diet medicine. Food. I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
I was going to say, not that Dan doesn't know or hasn't been through it at all, but I did it with my dog who was 15 about a year ago, and she was blind and she was deaf, but she was going to the bathroom in the house, but it wasn't really like we decided we were going to handle it as long as we could, and then just one day I found her and she couldn't get up, she didn't have the strength to get off her legs.
She
couldn't get up.
Yeah, and she was like, she had gone to the bathroom and she was just trapped and she was crying, and she never cried or anything, and I was like, she can't live like this anymore.
It's time for you to call the people.
And they're great, man. The laps of love. I mean, I don't know how everybody does it, but man, they're the best.
Yeah,
they once I come to your house and do it.
There's a couple different ways that, or you take them in, and then it's just phew. Man, today's show just opened. I mean, we actually have a lot to be thankful for. We're not in a war. And here we are.
I don't know if we were in a war.
Put his money back in the bank.
I didn't get in an argument with Merch Crick yesterday, but I was like, she was like, we're talking about her house, and the housing market's kind of soft right now, so she's not getting near the activity she'd like on her house, which I think she's probably still a little high priced. So, whatever, we're going back and forth. And she goes, well, the realtor says we're in a war. And people just don't buy houses during wartime. And I'm like, we're not in a war. Erica, we're not in a war. A war involves a lot more than what's gone down in the last 12 days with Israel and Iraq.
That's told a realtor they're trying to sell the house quick.
And she goes, well, I mean, people are very uncertain. It's wartime. I go, Erica, it's not wartime.
I've started wearing camo and a helmet around town just to be. I'm ready.
Carrying bear spray.
I'm too old to get drafted, but I'm not too old to want to serve.
So here, I'm like Merch Creek. Here's the deal. This would be a war if, like, let's say Russia or let's say North Korea or China. I said all of Iran's allies that we should be somewhat concerned about, none of them are participating. All of them are like, nope, we're not in it. China's not participating. Russia's not participating. North Korea's not participating. I said, then you got the entire region, like Saudi Arabia and the United Emirates, and
dude,
they're all pulling for us. Saying thank you for bringing some stabilization into the Middle East. They're all, especially Saudi Arabia and Egypt and United Emirates, they're all tourist-based. And, people aren't going to go to Dubai with, in a full-blown war. They're just not, especially in the general proximity of how close Dubai is. I mean,
Dubai, that's what I was talking about, Bubba.
Yeah.
Dubai is what I couldn't come up with this morning.
That's what we were telling you.
That's where everybody goes.
Yeah.
Dubai.
Well, but they won't go if we're in a full-blown war with Iran. They won't.
Man, can't you get like some sort of deal package
I
if
think
it's
literally
tents over there?
I think literally
tent B&B.
I don't know. I don't know what that strait is called. That little narrow passage between Iran and the United Emirates. It's just
the Persian Gulf, or
no.
It's the
Red
Persian
Sea.
Gulf.
The Red Sea.
No, right here. This.
Bubba's on a map.
I had one. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. So here's where Dubai is.
The Strait of Hormuz.
Right here.
Yeah.
Well, nobody, and I think Dubai is right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and by the way, the bad guys that are messing with us are right here. Iran. Okay. Well, nobody's going to go to Dubai if Iran is in a full-blown, as everybody would, war. I mean, look at the proximity.
Well, I mean, Bubba, Iran called everybody yesterday to let them know that they were going to send some bombs over to the base in Qatar. I mean, this is, and it was almost, I think, like a symbolic thing of. I think
they just had some extra bombs left over, and they're like, we're not going to be needing these because we have a ceasefire. So it's like having those last 5 or 6 firecrackers left over on July 5th. You know what I'm saying?
just throw them out.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to last for a year. The gunpowder will probably go bad. So might as well blow them off now. A day later. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to get in any trouble. So I mean, that's my understanding with what they blew over to Qatar. Yesterday.
Well, we'll boost tourism in the Middle East as soon as we can, Bubba.
But I mean, you don't think that Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Syria and Oman and the United Emirates and all and maybe even Iraq to an extent is happy that this is over, because they're so close to the region that if we were in a war, and let's say China or Russia, we have to worry about North Korea, but let's say China
they did come out and say that they're in 100% support of North Korea or of Iran.
They don't have nothing.
Well, they're supporting them by saying we support you.
Yeah, that's
what you get.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they're the least to worry about. But if China or Russia, they both have said we're not in it. My name is Bennett, and we're not in it. So I mean, we're not in a war. There was never any boots in the ground. Trump was never going to put any boots in the ground. This was all going to be fought from the air or from the sea. And I love all these people, all these Democratic people that are like, bottom line is Donald Trump didn't have the authority to declare to do what he did, and he should be held in contempt, and he should be brought up on charges. Barack Obama carpet bombed I don't know how many different countries, and never sought congressional approval.
Nope.
And there's a lot there's a lot of within the Constitution of war. There's a lot of instances that give the commander in chief power to do military stuff.
Dude, he said J.D. Vance didn't even know it was going to happen. He just said the president decided when he was going to decide.
Yeah.
You start telling people.
And why can't the
leaks
people,
happen?
The people that are critical of Trump saying, "Oh, he didn't have the power to do this." Why can't you look on this as a positive thing by saying the outcome of what?
Because we don't live in a dictatorship, Sponge.
Well, I mean, I remember last time Trump was president, they were saying that he was going to cause a World War III with North Korea, which didn't happen. So again, negotiations mixed with a little strength tend to be more effective. Teddy Roosevelt did with speak softly but carry a big stick, and his big stick was the Navy. Trump's doing it now with the Air Force.
What do you think people want more, World War III or the Epstein list to get released? Because
we want the Epstein list. No one wants World War III.
Okay,
Nobody
it
wants
seems
World
like
War
people
III.
want it. They bring it up all the time.
And here's
They
the
like
deal.
the threat. They like the threat of it.
They like to say it. The media loves to say it. They love to really knee jerk on that World War III. But let's just be honest. There's not going to be a World War III.
Well, what's a country?
Because if there's a World War III, it's going to have to involve two countries. The United States of America and either China or the United States of America and Russia. And if it comes to that, I don't know what's going to be left if we truly make it a world war.
It's not happening. Everybody's trying to make money. Why would Russia or China go spend a bunch of money to protect Iran?
By the way, we single-handedly keep China's economy going.
Which is why China is never going to mess with us.
Right.
It's a joke. It's a big tease.
Hold on, and guess what? We owe them a lot of money that they'd like to someday get back. You know what I'm saying?
We've been making installments.
But you don't beat up the guy that you've loaned, $5 trillion to.
Yeah, they're like, listen, we can't
Keep
really
them healthy.
start getting warlike on USA until we get this debt down a little bit, okay?
And that was really one of the philosophies after World War II, and that was if we have economic mutual goals, then we're not going to fight. And they've been trying to do that. Even when opening up China, the whole goal was to, obviously, tap into that billion people, but also to help stabilize the world, because when the world's economy it becomes more important than, individual country irritations.
Feelings. Seth sent this to me, and this is what makes me sick to my stomach. So this is the Indiana Fever Las Vegas WNBA game. And they call a timeout. There's nearly about 45 seconds, 45.9. So call it 46 seconds left. The Vegas is going to win. I think it's like the 26th or 30th win in a row. Indiana hasn't beat Vegas in like 26 tries. They're the last 26 times that the Indiana Fever have played the Vegas, they've lost, and this was a loss as well. And who was the commentator? She was a former
Rebecca Lobo, first the number one pick overall of the whole WNBA.
Yeah, so the first year the WNBA was in existence, Rebecca Lobo was the very first number one overall pick with regards to this, with this league starting. She is a color commentator. She's, obviously an expert in the sport. Did she go on to have a pretty good career, Lummy?
Yeah, not really.
But anyway, she's accomplished enough to be
dominating and making $50,000 a year.
She's obviously accomplished enough to be a good color commentator, right?
Yes.
And she says that's what's great. I think she says, well, I'll just play it for you. And I guess she's catching. Is she getting suspended, or did she get fined, or
she had to apologize on the air?
Is she an African American woman or a white woman?
Yeah, she's an African American woman.
She's white.
No, she's white.
Oh, she's white?
She's Cuban and German.
She's Cuban-German.
Okay.
So here we go.
So they disagree with you. They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine. That's what makes America great, right, Pam Ward?
So
Pam Ward goes,
So she disagrees with what the call on the court was. And that's it. That's what the context of what she's speaking about. She disagrees with the referee. It was a coach's challenge, and she was on the wrong side of the ruling.
So they disagree with you. They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine. That's what makes America great, right, Pant Ward?
But doesn't that exactly to the whatever constitutional, whatever amendment you look at, that's what makes our country great, is that we can disagree, and and that's our right to disagree. Almost our entire premise of existence is based on that. I mean, certainly the First Amendment is.
It's not the end of the world. It's a political statement now.
Can I ask you a dumb question?
Yeah.
Who got the foul?
Here's the deal. They called the Indiana Fever. Here, I'll get ready. Hold on.
They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine.
All right, so
that's what
they called the foul on this girl, saying this girl set a pick. Well, Indiana thinks that this girl was still moving. You can't set a pick unless you've stopped. Now, if you've stopped and they run you over,
then it's a foul.
Then it's a foul. But if you're still moving and you haven't set your feet and you hit a person and they fall over, then it's illegal pick, and the foul goes on the defensive person who wasn't stopped. Okay? So
with you. They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine. That's what makes America great, right?
Now, to me,
she lunged up next to her and
right,
hit her. Yep,
right,
absolutely, 100%.
So
when you get outside of the actual basketball stuff, this does go silent before she has to give an apology.
Yeah.
And
that's fine.
I mean, the girl, listen, the correct call, the referee's got it wrong. The correct call, that's an illegal pick. She's not set. Her feet are, she actually hips into the Indiana Fever girl.
It's a moving pick.
It's a moving pick.
Yeah.
The foul doesn't go on the defensive player that got picked unless you have stopped 100%, and then they've run you over.
That's what makes America great, right, Pant Ward?
Now, do you think right now that she has overthinking producers in her ear saying, that's not cool, don't say that, retract that? Because listen to the pause.
I should rephrase that. Yes. But yeah, I did think opinion are perfectly fine. That's a better way to say it. Sorry about that.
Wow, that is pathetic. Because you know what? That's what makes America great, is that you don't have to agree with me and I don't have to agree with you. That almost is the absolute fundamental premise of our First Amendment.
But these guys work for the league, and I'm sure there's some rules about criticizing the referees and the calls.
No, but she's not criticizing them. She's saying she disagrees, but that's what makes our country great, is that you can disagree and it's not a big deal. They're correct. She takes the fact that she's wrong, and she says that's what makes our country great, is that I can not see it the same way they see it, and everything is okay. They're not going to take me out back and chop my head off like if I was in Saudi Arabia. You talked bad about the referees, we will cut your head off.
Do you think they're conspiring against the Fever?
I think that they don't give the Fever any breaks at all, to be honest with you. But, the Fever...
Because they're worried about everybody else bitching and moaning about them getting preferential treatment? Is that why you think they're treating them extra poorly? Because... I think that they're treating them extra poorly because they know how powerful the Fever are with Caitlin Clark, and they go, I mean, listen, this is the proof in the pudding. When Caitlin Clark plays, they sell out 15,000-seat arenas. When Caitlin Clark... I mean, this is the only proof you need. Dollars and cents wise with regards to the WNBA. When Caitlin Clark plays, tickets are $85, and you're gonna sell out an arena of 15,000.
When Caitlin Clark pulls a quad muscle and she's out for 4 games, tickets are $5, and they're gonna attempt to sell as many tickets as they can in a 4,500 seat venue. And Seth, that's been proven. That's been proven this just as recently as last week.
Of course.
Do you think Rebecca Lobo got in trouble or whatever because of Disney?
I don't know. I don't understand how that statement could ever get anybody in trouble and have to be walked back to, I should have maybe paraphrased it or said it a little bit different. Just disagreeing. I disagree. And you know what? That's what makes the USA great. I can't find anything wrong with that statement. She didn't call the referees ass buckets. She didn't call, she didn't get into a name calling deal and go on and on and on and on. It was a fleeting statement. It is exactly what makes our country great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you couldn't get any more truer of a statement.
When I think of this country being great, I think of making sure that the calls of the NBA are extremely fair, and that's where it starts and ends with me.
And it also that the commentators are allowed to say as such.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Well, that's where your First Amendment starts and stops there, Seth Kushner.
That's all I'm fighting for.
Well, I think Seth said it before the show when he said that I guess Trump and MAGA kind of stole the Just America Great thing.
That's where it comes. That's where that's what this is all about. That statement sounds MAGA. It's not because of what the statement actually is or says. It's because MAGA has kind of adopted a similar version of that, and it sounds real MAGA. That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
This isn't about, your fundamental right to disagree with, your president, your congressman, your mayor, your coworker. It doesn't have anything to do with that. What this has to do is it sounds too MAGA. That's everything to do with this. And that disgusts me. First of all, Dan, fundamentally, the call's wrong. The referees blew it.
Right.
And then secondly, the commentator, now you're going to dress down the commentator because she says that's what makes the U.S., great, when absolutely she's correct. If I'm her, I'm beside myself, but, you don't want to lose your gig, so you sit down and you shut up. And that's what the problem is around here. You got to sit down and shut up too much. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Dave West Palm.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Good. I wanted to go back to something you said earlier about the war. It disgusts me that AOC and some of those Democrats are acting the way they are. But I do think we have to go back and revisit the War Powers Act because that was done in 1973. That was done before all this technology, before the military technology, before internet, before social media. And if you go to Congress 48 hours before any war, it doesn't matter what president it is, and you say we're going to do this, and this, we need permission, blah, 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 it's something eventually it's going to leak. There's a 100% chance it's going to leak out there. And then we've lost our tactical advantage of surprise. So we're going to have to figure out a way to revisit that so that doesn't happen.
It's just everything has become politicized. Our commander-in-chief should have a certain amount of leeway to do what he needs to do to keep him or her to keep our country safe. And if that means, spontaneously whipping up something like what he did, then other presidents have done it as well. The most latest being Barack Obama. By the way, let me Susan Poitras, $100.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Dan. And Kenneth Nelson, $20. You guys are all great dads. Thank you very much. So listen, this is politics. This isn't anything to do with anything other than politics. What else would AOC and Bernie have to be bitching about right now? It seems like the strategy that Donald Trump. I'm not trying to stick up for any one person, but it seems like what he did worked. It seems like what he did, is going to work. They have a ceasefire agreement.
Why does everybody pay so much attention to AOC? She's a representative that runs a district in New York. Like she has no power.
Because she's made herself.
The only reason people give her credibility and they give her time is because she's attractive.
Right.
I mean, she obviously has a lot to say.
She's on committees too, though. Now she's got enough
she's got enough
political
tenure.
clout
She got enough tenure.
She's on several committees, so she has become relevant.
She puts herself on every potential committee she can because she's a camera hog. And she now has declared herself kind of the kind of the leader of the Democratic Party. And
she has?
Yeah, she kind of has.
Wow.
Yeah, Seth, she's in the top. She's in the top to run if she decides to run for 28. She's in the top deal for the Democrats to run.
I hope
I'm sure she'll be the first woman. I'm sure she'll be the first woman president.
I'm sure
ever.
she won't. God,
a representative from New York, straight to being the president of the United States.
Yeah, she can make a hell of a Moscow mule.
So, all right, Dave. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Later.
See you later.
These guys are so paranoid. Already thinking about 2028.
It's around the corner.
Well, I mean,
I guess.
She's running though. There's no question she's going to be running.
Oh, there's
no question. She has so much narcissism. She's going to be running.
By the way, guys, before I go into words, everybody, our new knives came in.
All right.
And everybody, there's a box in front of you, and so everybody open them up. And I think our last knives that we had. Well, Mark from Tarpon at Barp, showed me he had one of these, and I'm like, I need to research and even Seth has one. And by the way, so on the it's a total of, when it's retracted out, it's 9 inches. The blade's 4, and it retracts in and out, and on the blade it says Bubba Army, and it is extremely sharp. And it's lightweight, and it's pretty badass.
I'm stabbing the table.
And it's got one of those window deals where if you hit it, look at Seth. He looks like a real gangster flipping his knife out. Look at that.
I'm gonna do that thing where I stab it in between my fingers.
Well, no. Please, Seth. Dan doesn't have his stitching kit. Don't.
I'm doing it.
Okay, well, stop.
I'm killing the game, dude.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
So these are available at Bub Army Merch, Bub Army Shop, BubArmyStore.com, and also for everybody that ordered. Dan, look at those.
Whoa. What am I looking at?
I've got my hand up so you can see.
Oh, wow. It's in.
There they are. There's the one side. There's the tongue. I got mine laced up. The 3s are on the back, which stands for my 3rd edition of my Fat Man Dunk series shoe with the Fat Man Dunk. And so everybody who ordered these shoes, they're shipping, the next, day or so. Merch Crick's out there working and getting them shipped. So, they're in. The Fat Man Dunk, the Fat Man Dunk 3s.
Can you throw it to me?
Can I throw it to you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Shiny.
So
that's a beautiful shoe.
Yeah, I think
in real life it's just beautiful.
I think I got you. I'll have you walk it back up here because there's so many things that could go wrong.
I won't throw it.
You don't quite have the arm that I do.
I have it.
Now,
I'll lay that right in there, dude. You just like look over your left shoulder and catch it like.
Hold on. Okay, go bring it in. You're not. Okay. Wow. Okay. You know what? I stand corrected. Dan Montana.
Touchdown.
Dan Montana, bitch. Dan Manning. Danning. So anyway, those aren't for sale. Those were pre-order only. Now, when she gets them all shipped out, she's going to have some extras. She ordered like 20 pair of extras. The common size is like 10, 11, 11 and a half. And so once we get them all shipped out, everybody's got their pair. We will put whatever the 15 or 20 we have. Man, I love that knife.
I know. Is it a stiletto? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I think it's like a retractable stiletto, kind of. God, and Dan, it's double-sided.
I know. It's a stabbing blade.
It's a stab. This is just
stabbing
knife. Yeah,
knife.
this is something that you could stab a guy with this.
And that groove in the middle, so it doesn't get sucked in and create a vacuum. You can pull it out.
Love it. Go to Bub Army Store, Bub Army Merch, Bub Army Shop. Merch Crick shipping them as we speak.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
See you.
Black guy.
My penis or this?
Oh, penis. I'm making notes, Bubba, but we're small box, but so.
Okay, I know Ciroc quit, but I need him on the phone. Get him on the phone. Hit up his LinkedIn.
So I'm just making notes. I'm gonna keep it fresh.
Okay. I'm not accepting this as an answer.
Signard. Dutch Duke.
Go home. Call hospice. And 2 years ago.
Why is no escort? Something short about that. AK1. Sub it up. Get deserter. Tisha Will. This profile's passed. Fringe. What's up, Corn Pop? Trump, Millard, Savior, Andy.
Dan, what's fenbenzidol?
It's something that some people think helps with cancer. It's an anti-parasitic.
Okay.
But there's argument that cancers are parasites.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have qualities like that. Just like dinosaurs or birds. Cancers are parasites. Oh. Andy. Dirt Merchant. Vidal face, yes. Tyler. Highway 73. Xerxes. Peter Roy. Powers. CC Hall, good morning. Yes. Ben ivermectin supposedly together help with cancer. Pop is out of the dosages for that. Don't think anybody does. Corn pop's all of it. What's up, Wolfgang?
Let me, should I do the promo now and get it over with?
Yeah. What's up, Felix?
Did you hear Obama's kid might run for president in 2055? Time to get scared, guys. I probably would do a better job than AOC. Time to get scared.
Not the Warren Walker about him.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You can get ivermectin, how do you say that? I always mess up on that. Fenbendazole and hydroxychloroquine right here. It's really simple. It's reliablemedicines.com, and you can use promo code TBA15. TBA15. It's your one-stop shopping for all of your prescription-based medicines.
2 years ago, Joe Tippin says he was told to go home, call hospice, and say his goodbyes. The doctors were unanimous. He was going to die of small cell lung cancer.
Once that kind of cancer goes that far afield, the odds of survival are less than 1%, and the median life expectancy is 3 months.
Tippin says he got a tip, not from a pharmacist, but a veterinarian. And in his desperation, he turned from people medicine to dog medicine, specifically fenbendazole, or what you give a dog when it has worms.
My insurance company spent $1.2 million on me with traditional means before I switched to a $5 a week medicine that actually saved me.
And Dan, that is not, you're not a cancer doctor, but you're huge on ivermectin, and that was, as a doctor, one of the ways you treated your COVID deal. That was part of your COVID trick, so to speak.
Absolutely. I used it literally hundreds of times.
Get ivermectin.
No side effects.
None.
Nothing. Every now and then people get a tummy ache the first time they take it. They just take it with food and it won't happen.
Hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, and other life-saving medicines directly from the pharmacy. They provide tracking numbers on every order, guaranteed delivery at your doorstep in 7 to 15 days. They offer 24/7 customer support and focus 100% on customer satisfaction. You can use promo code TBA, which stands for The Bubba Army. So use promo code TBA for a 15% discount on all your medicines. Click on the link to get life-saving medicines at the most affordable prices. Again, ivermectin. What's that? Fenbendazole? I can never say it correctly. Fenbendazole. Hydroxychloroquine, all in one-stop shopping by going to reliablemedicines.com and use my promo code TBA15 for 15% off. You can see that they got, erythromycin, they got fenbendazole, they got hydroxychloroquine, they got ivermectin, they got any type of pain medicine from gabapentin and other ones. They got smart pills. They got viral care, everything from dioxycycline to amoxicillin to Cipro. Anything that you would potentially need to have to go to your regular doctor because you need some antibiotics or you need to get some ivermectin or something like that, sit in the lobby, fill out a bunch of paperwork, then go to the pharmacy and deal with all of that. You can handle all of that by going to reliablemedicines.com and use TBA15 in the promo code. The stuff work, especially when I played that video and Dan said, yep, there's a lot of people that have gone to the doctor and they say, hey, you got 3 months to live, 4 months to live, you got cancer. There's alternative ways to treat that. So, alternative ways that have been proven to work. So again, reliablemedicines.com. TBA15 for your promo code.
Is there, Dr. Dan, is there medicine that you recommend, like kind of keeping in like your medicine cabinet just in case?
Yeah, a Z-Pack.
Yeah, I think everyone should have a Z-Pack if they're not allergic to it.
Maybe some Cipro.
I think Cipro is helpful. I like doxycycline, Augmentin. Those are all medications that wouldn't be hurtful to have in your in your pantry. And then also, like I said, a 5-day course of ivermectin is probably a great thing to have in cases of emergency.
Maybe, and you said not that you're necessarily prescribing this, but you're saying, maybe a yearly regimen to maybe deparasite yourself.
I just got done I'm on my 5th day of a 5-day course of ivermectin just cause.
Now, have you noticed anything different, like in your bowel movements or anything different in you potentially cleansing out some bad stuff?
I didn't notice any kind of difference in like bowel movements or anything like that, but I mean, I feel better, to be honest with you. I feel better. I feel like I just cleaned my air filters out.
I think I need to get mine cleaned immediately. So again, reliablemedicines.com, plural, and use TBA 15. I saw this a couple days ago, and I don't know if Dan saw it or not, but on the surface, reading the title, it looks like a doctor performed surgery robotically while not being there.
Yep.
Now, what? So, Dan, would that be like you're at a control panel in your office, the girl is at TOS, and you're doing the procedure with these, joysticks and remote controls from your office that are hooked up to the same type of instruments at another place, and you're doing your procedure?
Yep. That's what we've gotten to now.
Do you think that's where we're headed?
No, absolutely that's where we're headed.
Everyone, imagine yourself.
The problem is that both halves of that machine are super expensive. So
like millions?
Millions. And so you're going to these remote areas that can't afford it. But then once you get it set up, and then also, for each case, there's, setting up that machine takes an hour and a half. It takes a lot of technology. And if it's not done right, then it's a problem. The other thing is
calibration,
but the other thing is if you lose your connection, then what happens?
Oh, if you lose your Wi-Fi?
Yeah, if you use your Wi-Fi. I mean, sometimes, if you're operating in Africa.
If some drunk hits the Wi-Fi box outside the hospital.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying?
Or an asteroid takes out the Starlink.
I'm sure that they would have like a double backup.
You would hope so.
Here we go.
Hospitalized, needing surgery, but there's no surgeon in sight. But one day, perhaps soon, that will no longer be a problem. This weekend, ABC News was invited to report on the very first FDA-approved human trial.
So this is the first one, and it's been FDA approved, which means it's got all of its approval. That's what you need as an instrument of surgery. You need FDA approval, correct?
To advertise its use.
Okay.
Testing robotic telesurgery. In this case, a doctor in Orlando, Florida, removed prostate cancer from a patient nearly 7,000 miles away.
What?
In the African country of Angola. ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton has the exclusive story.
I don't know if Angola is even worth more than this machine is.
The whole country. Yeah.
The whole entire country.
They had to sell off about a third of it to pay for it.
So it's called MedBot.
Mm-hmm. All right, you guys can see us. We can see you. Well, here's the next step in the future of surgery.
It's a life-saving surgery this doctor has done tens of thousands of times.
It's the same as if I'm in the room. Better, actually, because I can actually see what anesthesia is doing. It's much better.
Dr. Vipul Patel is the medical director.
Of course, his last name is Patel. All Indian successful zillionaires are called Patel.
Of course they are.
Director of the Global Robotic.
I want to be Bubba Patel.
Yeah, you change your name.
Dan, isn't that guy who owns the largest house like in Florida, in Carrollwood, right by Rob Elder's place? Isn't that a Patel?
Sure is.
Yeah.
And Health in Orlando, Florida.
Is he a doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Como você está se sentindo hoje? Eu estou sentindo bem. Estou bem.
67-year-old Fernando de Silva was diagnosed with prostate cancer 3 months ago. He lives in Angola, where treatment options are limited.
Prostate cancer is very prevalent in Africa and especially Angola. But in the past, they really haven't monitored it well, or they haven't had treatments.
De Silva.
Yeah, the Angolians, the rugged men of Angola, they're just trying to stay alive and, climb up a tree and get a coconut down and stay, Like, I mean, I got to think that living conditions in Angola are pretty primitive.
Yeah.
And they're not going and getting, coloscopy. I'm sorry. What do you use, Dan?
Colonoscopy?
A colonoscopy.
Or prostate exams.
Or going to the urologist and getting their prostate checked. I don't think that that's high on an Angolian man's list. I think
we're not even doing it in America, Bubba. We're not even checking guys' prostates anymore in America, which is why all these old guys are dying of like advanced prostate
cancer. What, we just using like their PSA number?
We're not even doing that. They're not even checking.
Why?
I don't know why the policies change. So that's why like mammograms, like every now and then mammograms, you start at 35, then you start at 50, then you start at 40. I mean, mammogram recommendations keep changing, and they do it based on some BS study that says it's not as effective, it didn't catch as many.
Is it all an insurance gimmick? So like
statistics and insurance, yes, it's all about insurance and statistics.
Because insurance don't want to pay for it, so they drop it down to you don't need it till you're 55. Meanwhile, you really should, if you're going to be really stay up on your prostate, you should get your blood labs done 3 times a year, continue to monitor your PSA number, all while having a urologist, physically with his finger check your prostate, which that really brings that's the humbler. If that's not bring a big dude, let me like let's say Ty J, right? Yeah. Who thinks he's really, really tough. Well, doesn't think he is really, really tough. Ty J's really, really tough.
Yes.
But, man, I'll tell you what takes a tough man right down to zero is check his prostate. You feel so violated after you get your prostate checked. I had nightmares about it. And then, Dan, what did they, back in the day, I think they didn't start recommending colonoscopies till 50, and then they lowered it down to 40. And I got my first one like at 42. I've had 2 total. Most recently, just 2 years ago, I had my latest one, and I was okay. Well, I had some. Remember, I had a couple rectal polyps or polyps. I had 2 of them that they biopsied, and they were the good kind. What's it, malignant or benign?
You want benign.
Mine were benign.
You even had a sessile polyp, which is not as good. Those are the scary ones.
Oh, I did?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, are they not encouraging men to be like Seth? You're not in your 40s yet. Well, you just hit your 40s, did you not?
I'm 43.
Yeah, and you've not had a colonoscopy yet, have you?
I had one in my 30s.
Oh, you did? Oh,
yeah.
This guy is family though, right? Did you have like colon cancer in your family?
No. I had an internal bleeding from internal hemorrhoids. So I needed.
Back then that like.
I think you were on the show
strip
back
ball
then.
Hemorrhoid doctor.
I think you were on the show back then. And there was this song playing in the lobby that had you freaked out. And
it was Boys of Summer.
Yeah, Boys of Summer by Don Henley.
Yeah, I showed up and gave
flowers,
Snickers.
Yeah, Lummy was outside. Lummy was outside,
and we had balloons for you, didn't we?
It was like they shoved a cactus in my bee. I mean, to do the hemorrhoid thing, and it was the worst thing ever. But that lady did turn into my medicinal marijuana doctor, and all I had to do was call her to give me the refill. I didn't have to pay the $150 fee.
Oh, so that ended up, you took a little ass trauma to get that. It's worth it now.
Yeah, but when I originally got the colonoscopy and the doctor said I had internal hems, I said, okay, so what do we do? And he's like, nothing. He's like, you leave him alone. And I said, okay. And then later on, I was like, well, I can't do this anymore. I got to go see somebody. And then once he did that and then it didn't help, I realized that the doctor was right and I should have just left them alone.
So, Dan, when do they now recommend a man to get his first colonoscopy?
It's still 50.
It's still 50.
According to, because I Googled it, 45.
45.
45?
Yes.
Good luck on getting your insurance company to pay for it at 45. And, Dan, what are those, like 10 grand if you had to pay for them by yourself?
I think somewhere between 8 and 12, yeah. I think 10 grand is probably right.
He did advanced surgical treatment to remove his prostate cancer.
This is a robotic console?
But here's the deal. This is I think, Dan, you can help me out. You're a real live doctor. I think this is the number 1 killer of men.
Prostate cancer?
Yeah.
It's the number 1 cancer of men. I think cardiovascular disease is number 1 killer.
Heart attack. Yeah, but I mean, as far as in the cancer family, I think this is the number 1 cancer causing.
The cancer, men, the number 1 cancer is prostate cancer.
And let me ask you a question.
Get it eventually.
Is it? And here's the deal: prostate cancer is the number 1 killer with regards to cancers in men, but it's very preventable and treatable if detected early, correct?
Yeah, it's a very slow-growing cancer.
So, like, if you stay up on your PSA numbers, Dan, will your PSA numbers, will they start to elevate before you need to go in for a colonoscopy, or?
It's a CEA, and so that will go up. CEA.
Okay, your CEA, but if your CEAs are just unbelievably low, I mean,
you probably don't have cancer. Yes.
It's attached to a robot, and it's attached to a robot that does surgery in patients in operating rooms all over the world.
De Silva agreed to be the first patient in an FDA clinical trial testing robotic surgery to be performed remotely.
I've done almost 20,000 robotic prostatectomies now, and that's what
I would say, Dan, this guy's a pretty damn good expert. He's done 20,000 robot.
That's a lot.
That's who I want doing mine.
Is he inflating the numbers, Dan?
Probably.
Usually, these procedures are done with the surgeon in the room.
I have done
But this
10
time,
million.
Patel and his team were working to test whether it could be done remotely across the
From Orlando, Dan.
Atlantic Ocean in what would normally be a 14-hour flight. Unlike a typical surgery, Dr. Patel doesn't need to scrub in. Instead, he sits at a multi-million-dollar machine with a three-dimensional screen and nimble controls with haptic feedback.
It's about an hour.
I mean, Dan, this is just a step up from laparoscopic, isn't it?
Oh, it's very similar to laparoscopic. It's the same thing essentially.
It's in the same family.
It is endoscopic. It's endoscopic. The robotic is doing it endoscopically, and
it's just
it's just a matter of the setup.
It's just the natural progression of that.
Yeah, they do it in the other room all the time now. I mean,
which is about my standard
room.
time here. So it felt the same. You know, he's a young guy. He wanted his cancer cured.
How do you communicate with your team across an ocean?
We had all the cameras in both ORs. Our team, we work so much together, it's almost telepathic. So we don't receive.
How rich you think that guy is? Well, he's a Patel, first of all. So
you're still shocked that we can do Zoom calls on the radio show, but I mean, this guy's doing surgery.
Yeah, I wonder how the MedBot compares to the Da Vinci. Because the Da Vinci's been the standard of care for years.
What's a Da Vinci?
The robot that everyone uses in Florida.
But our team on the ground there was speaking.
Yeah, but see, the Da Vinci, can the Da Vinci be in New York and Dan Diaco be in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, sir.
A lot with the local team.
So there's been a predecessor to this.
Yes, the Da Vinci robot. So MedBot's another robot. I don't know the comparisons because.
Is the Da Vinci prostatable?
Yep.
Hear them. All three are set.
It's the first robotic telesurgery from the U.S. to an international location.
Dan would get in there and think he was doing a race sim, start going crazy.
Yeah,
since
where's my
2001. That procedure, famously called the Limburg operation, named after the first person who flew across the Atlantic from America to Europe.
It was a different robotic system. It was different telecom. And the procedure was successful. But it wasn't really reproduced for this whole time.
What's the benefit, Dan?
And the reason is the robot.
What's the benefit of being able to do these? Do you think they could perform more surgeries quicker for people if they have this ability, or
I think you can get probably, in my opinion, Dan. See if I'm going to answer it. Is that you can get experts that really know what they're doing in big cities like Orlando and things like that. Whereas in Angola, maybe they don't have the knowledge or the doctor skill power that we have here. Is that it, Dan, probably?
I absolutely think that's one of the reasons, yes.
Is the fact that, in Angola, things are just different and people aren't as trained. But
I think that's one of the long-term goals of robotic surgery was being able to do these types of operations, in remote areas like this. The Da Vinci's been around for like 20, 25 years.
That long?
Sure, yeah, so it's evolved. And I guess it's another Johnny-come-lately company, but I think that they overuse the robot a lot because they get the bill for it too.
Oh, so
I think it's totally overused. I watched an open case, and then they said, "Okay, now we're gonna bring in the robot." I'm like, "What? Why? You're here. You're inside already. We need the robot for."
And you said you've seen it where the doctor is in the same facility, just in a different room.
Yeah, or the same room in the corner of the room running the robot.
Why? Why would you do that?
Well, the argument was it's more precise. Maybe I don't know. I think it's overutilized. Sometimes you're looking for a nail if you have a special hammer.
In your particular subsect of medicine, I think that you really need hands-on.
Oh yeah, I would never ever do this.
Feel and touch and just being able to put hands on the body, move things around. To me, I think that you have to have your physical hands on a lot of things that you do, from a rhinoplasty to a boob job.
Yeah, those will never be done.
To a tummy tuck, to all, just to, can you imagine doing, collagen lip injections with a robot? You got to be there with your hands.
I completely agree, Bubba. And so, these, again, certain niche operations, I know prostatectomies are one of those things that the robot seems to be,
How big is a
used
man's
lot.
prostate? Like if it's healthy?
Acorn.
You can shove your head in one.
Acorn to a
What did you say,
walnut.
Seth?
Said you could shove your head in one if you try.
Becomes like a walnut as you get older.
So it's the size of an acorn.
As a kid.
And then
Goes to a walnut.
Then what if you're having big time problems
It's
with
a plum.
Oh. Lummy, you haven't had your prostate checked yet, have you?
No.
Maybe Dan could check it one day.
All right, Dr. Dan.
You got gloves and a little
Vaseline?
Something.
Yeah, sure.
Something.
Don't you get
coconut
in there?
Oil?
Don't you get
I
in
can do
there
coconut oil.
and Dan, don't you get in there and you use like your index finger? I think you use two fingers, your index and your pointer.
You don't double finger. You just do one.
So all right, so you put it one finger and then you check the smoothness, don't you?
Then you check the size, the smoothness, and the firmness. If it's hard, it's a problem. It needs to be, spongy.
Spongy?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it true? I got to be careful on how I word this. Is it true
that you pop a bone?
That that if a doctor gets in there and starts pushing on your prostate, that you ejaculate?
Shut the heck! Come on,
You
man.
can, but he's got to be there for a moment.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on,
Like,
Seth. See, you thought I was
No, Dan's telling you.
Dan's telling you the truth.
Dan, what percentage of the time? I mean,
it probably happens like 1 out of 1,000 times for just a
Okay.
quick digital exam. But I mean, if you're in there and you're spending five minutes,
I had
stroking.
a friend's dad that went in for this is in Warsaw, Indiana. That went in for a prostate exam, and he pre-ejaculated. Like not the full.
What a game plan!
Like pre. Dan, like pre. Is that
Understand? That can happen.
That can happen.
That's sort of that prostatic ejaculate.
That pre-seminal fluid, not the entire semen, but the pre-seminal. The clear stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He had to wipe himself up. He literally, after he was done, not only did they wipe his butt, but he had to wipe his penis because he had pre-seminal.
Dude, your friends are nasty.
Was this talk around Warsaw?
Don't worry about where it was talked around.
Yeah, they addressed it at like the city hall town meeting.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Reference. Don't fuck with crows, man. They're badass.
What do you mean, like the protector of the Night's Watch, or you mean like an actual crow?
No, but an actual animal, crow.
No, I'm not speaking.
They're one of the smartest animals. Aren't they now one of the smartest animals on the planet?
Crows? Smarter than
they also
beaver.
have the ability to adaptively learn.
Yeah, they do.
Beaver.
They have a. You want to go? They have the way to adaptively learn.
It says crows are as smart as a 7-year-old child.
No, I mean, Seth's just met a crow is right up there with Sammy.
Yeah. It says it can solve complex problems using tools.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, I knew. I saw that.
Smarter than like a chimpanzee?
They can recognize human faces, hold grudges.
Yes.
Oh, you mess with a crow, he's going to come back and get you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll do a slice and dice on that ass.
On that crow?
I'll cut my own balls off and become a eunuch right in front of your
I'm
eyes.
just telling you right now, Seth, you need to be careful. You're really fucking getting loose with that knife.
Okay, well, you know what? We're in World War III, Bubba, okay? Martial law.
Martial law?
Thomas Gilson.
That's right.
I'm on your side, Seth.
Thank you. I can't wait to fucking stab somebody in their fucking head. What's up, Thomas? Ooh, take that motherfucking stabbing.
Bitch.
For the Night's Watch. For the Night's Watch. For the night's watch. For the watch. Fuck off.
Make sure you leave it alone.
Say it, Seth. You're getting fucking a little.
I bless the rains down in Knife Town, pussies.
Down in Knife Town.
I heard you singing with a gun, like swinging it around and accidentally shooting the wall.
I'm gonna do a skag gimmick.
I'm gonna kill somebody. Is this sharp enough to slice a neck?
Oh, fuck yeah.
What's up, Berto? What's up, Alan Bowling?
Marines down in Africa. Say it.
Way down in Africa. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. Because I'd start making out with them. Thank you. I got 230. I got 230.
Did you see the video of that like Middle Eastern guy that had a RPG and he blew his own? That'd be him. He's like, yeah, I got an RPG.
We should blow some motherfuckers up.
Dig into untapped productivity and profit-making potential.
Oh, black guy,
with the
6 foot orange
Skag
ones.
Jackal stand-on mini track loader. Hit the ground running with this bold workhorse. As you'd expect, the Jackal is built Skag tough to help you power through the most challenging jobs. Folks may call it a mini track loader, but it's packed with big capability. The Jackal's heavy-duty construction stands up to years of hard work. A powerful and efficient diesel engine delivers the torque you
100
need,
million
while a rugged
frauds.
dual hydraulic drive system provides dependable drive power.
He'll spend less time than some hold up 7-Eleven.
4 miles per hour. 7-inch or 9-inch available track wheels provide an optimal footprint and sure-footed traction for any job.
Greg Kehoe, U.S. Attorney. He helped convict Saddam Hussein in his trial. Greg Kehoe.
Oh, did he?
He's a famous guy. Super powerful attorney.
Let me, Macho sent you a link. That you need to send to me.
Gonna take some time to do the things that never end. Boom, 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 ba-dum, boom, boom.
I sent it to you.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You know that I am officially a skag spokesperson / endorser / influencer. You can go to skag.com for all of their products. My latest product is what they're slinging right now. And that is their new stand-on mini skid steer known as the Jackal. I forget what company has these. I don't know if it was a Toro or something like that, and it's called a Dingo. And Randy, my buddy Randy Glebe, CEO, president, owner, main man of Skag, when the R&D phases of they knew they needed to go to market with mini skid steer. This is such a big market for people like Aaron, obviously from Average Joe. A lot of guys can't afford, or they don't have the space on their trailer for a big full-size, 10,000-pound full-size skid steer. And, their applications and their lawn work doesn't really need a full size, but they need to occasionally move some dirt, and they have to do it with a wheelbarrow or a shovel or something like that. Well, that's where the mini skid steer comes into play for the average guy doing lawn work, the average guy doing landscaping, or even light construction. You need sometimes not a full-size skid steer, but a littler one. So I think Toro entered the market, and there's a bunch of different people. The Toro one's called a Dingo, and Randy goes, I need to find. And I think the Dingos, they've been out for quite a while, and there's quite a few of them out there. They're probably pretty popular in the marketplace. So Randy, being the competitive Wisconsin genius that he is, said, I want to know what animal can beat up a dingo. Like, what's the dingo's
natural predator?
Enemy. And it's a jackal. So when Skag made their official mini skid steer like this, they called it the Jackal. And when I had Randy Couture on, Lummy, he was talking about the Jackal. I think his Pro Mod 39 Chevy Al Capone car that I think he's going to debut at the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis. It has Jackal. The two latest products from Skag is the Jackal and the Tree Frog. And I think Randy Couture car is going to have both. Here's a little demonstration of the Jackal. I think it's got the same 3 horsepower diesel that I have in my 72-inch badass zero turn.
Dig into untapped productivity and profit-making potential with the Skag Jackal stand-on mini track loader.
See, if you only got that much, a little bit of dirt to move, you don't need a full-size Willie. One, they're $85,000, and two, they just take up so much room, on your trailer. And in most trailers, you have to have a special trailer for a full-size skid steer.
Yes, they weigh a lot, right?
Oh, they weigh 10,000 pounds.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Hit the ground running with this bold workhorse. As you'd expect, the Jackal is built Skag tough to help you power through the most challenging jobs. Folks may call it a mini track loader, but it's packed with big capability.
Yeah.
Wow.
Badass. Anyway, go to skag.com. You can order them. You have to go to your local Skag dealer. I saw because I get updates from skag.com, and they were looking for, I figured if radio doesn't work out for me, it's been a little slow lately, that I actually saw they had 4 territorial manager spots open, one of which was in South Carolina. They took Colorado and cut it in half, and they need a Southern Colorado, territorial manager, and I could move to Colorado, be closer to my friend Dion and be the territorial manager of Skag. Randy would hire me in a minute.
Yeah, and you can do
probably know more about Skag than most Skag dealers.
You can do that and coach at Colorado too.
Yeah, take Warren Sapp's job.
Dion wants you out there.
I know he does. So, I might be saying goodbye, Lummy, and, and wrap up the radio show. Just let the radio show generate whatever money it can through videos, of not live videos, because we won't be here anymore, just old videos. Maybe I don't have a staff of one, which would just be, everybody would be fired except for Gary Cantrell.
That's right.
Gary Cantrell.
Merch Crick needs a raise, man. What she's doing with those shoes out there is amazing.
She is not only put them in, not only do you get, when you ordered the Bubba Army Fat Man Dunks 3, you got the commemorative box, of course, which is a nice box for those collectors. Now, for those, Lummy, that in the comment section put they want them signed,
yes,
I signed them all last night. That was a pain in the ass. But I wish you guys could have seen.
Did they pay for you to sign it?
No, but
okay.
So she goes, I need you to sign. So we had to come back over here, and she goes, I need you to sign I don't know, there was probably 50 pairs to sign, maybe 40. And the boxes are all, she's assembled all the boxes, and she has all the shoes in the boxes. And so I can't open up each box, take the shoe out, sign it, put it back in its protective plastic, tuck it back in the box, and you got to have each shoe out.
As much as I want to make fun of you for that, when there are athletes that are doing mass signings, they have somebody in front of them, they sign it, the person rips the jersey, they put the next one in front of them. So yeah, your job should just be to hold a pen.
Yeah,
the whole time.
So she's like, okay, well, And I said, I got to go to the bathroom because I've been having some diarrhea issues. So I said, well, by the time when I really poop good, I'm a 15-minute pooper because I like to play my little soccer game. So I said, you get all of the shoes out of the box.
Jeez.
And get them ready, and then I'll come and sign them all. So she did that. Now, Lummy, she's taken another box and putting this black Bubba Army box inside of another box for protective, so that because if you just put a bag over this and this would get all beat up. You know how the U.S.
Oh yeah, they'll kick it around.
U.S. Postal Service, man, they don't care.
They'll open it, they'll try them on, they'll throw some tape on it.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't care.
So anyway, hopefully she's putting this box in another box, and then, and I think most of them will go out today. People should start receiving their Bubba Army Fat Man Dunk 3 shoes, any day, like probably starting tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a bunch stacked up there ready to go.
So when you do, put them on our Facebook or take a picture with them, Lummy, and send them for our picture wall, or put them on our X, or send them to us in some way, shape, or form, because I'd like to know what you think about them. I got mine all laced up. I'm going to wear mine later today. I've not worn mine yet. And then, what
are you going to do with yours? I think I'd like to wear some on the basketball court and see how they hold up.
Oh, they'll hold up. But then I'm going to try to keep mine nice. Like, I'm not going to wear mine to play basketball.
Dude, nothing happens when shoes don't get dirty when you're playing basketball.
People can scuff them.
When you go out, if you play basketball right outside,
dude, I ball up in the YMCA.
Okay.
Well,
Same Rucker Park.
Indoors.
Yeah.
Indoors, they may not get.
Dude, I'll
up.
drop dead. You can't play basketball outside this time of year. They'll find you just face down on the court.
I know.
7-Eleven is super excited to get his.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was scared that he was going to get jacked for him at 7-Eleven, though. So could he get one of these knives to protect himself?
Yeah, he can have. Is he here now?
No, he's coming in later.
Yeah, just tell him to ask Merch Crick nicely. Bubba said it was okay if I could get a comp free knife.
Okay.
And him working at 7-Eleven, some guy and he at the counter does just the fact that it comes out so fast at you is a deterrent in itself. Some guy goes like, "Give me all your 20s, buddy," and then you stab him. And you just retract your Bubba Army. It's got Bubba Army on it like that, and it comes out real fast.
Oh, he's a walking promo. He's wearing his sweatshirt and shirt every single day at 7-Eleven.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
I love that guy, Mr. Johnny and Jester.
Yes, he is.
So anyway, man, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop. Now, the thing about it is once I get all the Fat Man Dunk 3s tennis shoes out, these have all been prepaid. They were pre-ordered. Once I get them all out, then I'll make sure I'll go to the staff and make sure they have their pairs. And then at that point, we'll put, whatever's left up for sale, because I know there's some people now that didn't order them then because I didn't know how they were going to turn out, and now they see them and they're like, "Oh man, no, that's a pretty good-looking shoe. That's a pretty damn good-looking shoe, all black."
No, it's a great-looking shoe, Bubba. I totally agree.
That's my
it's
third.
It's a good-looking.
I mean, I got to start worrying about I got to start designing my fourth shoe.
Macho says he just sent me another link for the auto pen. So he wants to know if for the next shoe, if you want to just get this, he can buy it for you.
All right. First of all, he sent this to us.
Let's set the stage. Paracetamol, also called acetaminophen, is one of the most common painkillers worldwide.
Is that ibuprofen?
No, it's Tylenol.
Tylenol. Okay.
Whether it's Tylenol or Panadol, it's a go-to for headaches, arthritis, or fever. But here's something most folks don't know. Paracetamol is currently made from petroleum, a fossil fuel. That process creates carbon emissions and relies on a resource that
Tylenol's made out of fossil
fuel.
Yeah,
that's easy for you to say.
It's running out.
Apparently.
Meanwhile, plastic waste is a growing problem. The Guardian reports that 24 million tons of PET plastic, used in bottles and food.
What's up with the figurine guys?
It's AI. Yeah, it's AI. It's interesting, Bubba, that all these people that are hugging trees and telling us that we're ruining the world are the same assholes that have polluted the world with plastic bottles.
Started yearly, often ending up in landfills or incinerators.
That's why I drink Aqua Beato, because it's an aluminum can and you can recycle aluminum.
That's right.
Polluting our air and water. Now, scientists at the University of Edinburgh have found a way to tackle both issues at once. They've used genetically modified E. coli bacteria, yes, the same kind found in our guts, to turn PET plastic into paracetamol. Here's how it works. They start with polyethylene terephthalate, PET, the stuff in your water bottles. Using sustainable chemical methods, they break it down into a compound that the bacteria can eat. These bacteria...
What am I watching?
I have no idea.
This all ends with microplastics in our balls.
Tweaked in the lab, then perform a chemical reaction called a
Macho Man's really worried about plastic in his balls.
and rearrangement. This reaction, which usually needs harsh lab conditions, happens naturally inside the bacteria, thanks to phosphate already in their cells. The bacteria turn the plastic-derived compound into a substance called PABA, which is essential for their growth. Then, with a few
don't bust me up with your PABA.
more genetic tweaks, adding genes from mushrooms and soil bacteria, the E. coli convert PABA into paracetamol.
I have no idea.
But we need a Macho Man breakdown of that. I don't know.
Macho Man, can I get you on here?
What do we need to do?
If you're going to send me videos I need to play, upon your suggestion, which I will play, I need an explanation as to what I'm watching and what your message is to the fine people.
Well, I just wanted the tree huggers to calm down. We found a way to make plastic bottles into medicine. That's the short of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that works.
There you go. Tree huggers to settle down. We found a way to take plastic bottles and turn them into medicine. No, Lummy, I don't think I need to get an auto pen. Although, boy, I will tell you, Seth, this could change the autograph industry, could it not? I mean, for the worse.
Bob, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the NBA filmed him. He signed 400 autographs before the game the other day.
Really?
They counted every autograph that he signed. Yeah.
Does that water down the value?
No. I'm just saying that he's doing 400 before he plays. You could probably rub out 50 in a few days, right?
Right.
But if you want to invest in an auto pen, you might as well just have Merch Crick sign your name at that point.
No, my name is very unique. I don't know that any of you guys could replicate my signature.
You know how you can tell if a signature is fake or real? Did I tell you this already?
No.
You hold them upside down. If you sign Bubba, you can sign your name two different ways. You can sign it like Bubba the Love Sponge. You can sign it Todd Clem. And you can sign one right above the other. And they look like two completely different things until you flip them upside down. And then you can tell it's the same guy that wrote both.
I didn't know that you were a handwriting expert as well, Dan, but I
learned it along the way back in NAM. So, like... If you take, I can sign like...
But Bubba the Love Sponge is a because I take the B and I bring it, and then that end up crosses the T and the, and then I take the H-E, and then I try to do a big L, and then a big S, So, I think my autograph is unreplicatable.
It's probably unreplicatable, and that's why if someone tries to replicate it, if you hold it upside down, you can see. Like,
I've seen fakes. I've seen fakes, and I'm like, I didn't sign that.
People have tried to fake your autograph?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it many a time.
Okay, so right now I'm holding up my two signatures. One's like my long signature, Daniel S. Diaco, MD, and then one's my little scribble one.
Your scribble one is what you send to the pharmacist?
Yeah. So if you hold it upside down, you can see it's the same piece of art. And so now you can see that the same guy signed both of those things, because now you're not trying to read it. You're just looking at strokes and swirls.
Nothing's better than a stroke and a swirl.
Oh, I love a stroke and swirls.
Jalen Williams is obviously a player on the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, and I guess he's never drank any alcohol in his life.
Dude, a lot of guys hadn't had beer until the other night when they won.
And so
they had to have a tutorial from the oldest guy on the team to show them how to open the champagne bottles.
Really?
Come on, really?
Yeah, they got in there and they handed out the champagne bottles and nobody knew what they were doing. All the kids were like 22, 23, and so they got Alex Caruso to give them a little tutorial on how to start popping them.
Didn't these guys make a couple $1 million a year? And
they're making a ton of money,
and they never had champagne.
I think that
it's just so bizarre.
I really think, Dan. I think there are more weed guys in the NBA than drinking
weed
guys.
Weed has taken over champagne.
Like NHL is all drinking. I mean, the Florida Panthers have been drunk since they won the Stanley Cup.
They still are drunk.
Right. Yeah,
right.
And they should be.
Yeah,
good for them.
But you're right. But you're right. Hockey players are more alcohol.
Because they're Canadians.
And then
Europeans.
like basketball. Well, even 10 years ago, basketball was the weed league.
Yeah, because they didn't outlaw it.
Right, Seth? I think.
Yeah, they don't test for it
Yeah,
anymore.
they don't test for it. Then I think they still test for it in the NFL.
I believe
They do. And the guy, and I think I saw an article from somebody that says there's an actual, for all the weed smokers or all the weed ingesters at the NFL, there's a day July 15th. And I think they test you at
about once a year.
Once a year at the start of not
training
these.
camp.
You know when you're getting tested.
Not these OTCs and these mini camps and these summer touch-up camps, but the actual first 2 days of real camp. Like, when you come to in August, Lummy, and for real,
Stay at a hotel for 2 or 3 weeks
for real camp. For real camp. And so and then they have a 2 with the Players Association or something, they have to tell you if they're going to test you, which at that point, I think every player gets a notice that they could be tested. Now, they may not. It's a random test, but every player, I think, is given the heads up you could be tested. And I think that they have it down, Lummy, to where if you stop there's a day. And
you get but in the NFL, Bubba, you get you have to fail about 3 marijuana tests before anything ever happens to you,
right?
Before the public even finds out about it. So it's just not something that they're really focused on. I don't think they should test for it at all, just due to the fact, Seth, that it's legal in probably, oh my God, if you think, well, that's where it's starting to go with sports, is that, you have it legal in your states,
right,
and that people want to use it as medicine.
The poor Colts. Indiana is so backwards. Indiana will be the last state in the country that, that legalizes marijuana. So the poor Colts. Meanwhile, if you're a if you a dolphin or a jaguar or a buccaneer, you could legitimately have a weed card, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing's stopping an athlete from going to get one of those.
Nope.
And he could go down to the dispensary and get whatever he wants, completely legal. But his league is telling him that, he can't have that in his system, even though he lives in a state where it is recognized as being legal. And he's licensed to have it. So I just think that marijuana, they need to completely take that off. They need to test for cocaine.
They're doing a lot of steroids because when these guys have a huge game and then all of a sudden they'll end up tweeting, a note from the commissioner's office that says, we're coming to drug test you at 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow.
But is that more steroid stuff? Is that
steroids? I
do they test, Dan? Do they test for steroids in the NFL?
Oh, definitely. And their fines are way worse if they catch you for drugs. Way worse.
Now, do they have?
Because that gives you a real competitive edge.
Do the NFL because you spent 6-7 years, as your dad's assistant team doctor? Do they have certain type of steroids that they can use that have a half-life that are out of their system, and do they know when they're getting tested for steroids, or is that completely random at any time?
Savvy Piscatelli got tested 8 times one year because he was so muscular. They just kept feeling that he was on steroids, and he wasn't. He kept testing negative. But for some reason, if they got a hard on for you, they'll keep randomly testing.
Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know.
He's married.
A wrestler.
He's married to Mandy Rose. I think they might live in South Florida or something. But
really?
She was a wrestler, and then she got fired, and then she started doing OnlyFans, and
then the rest is history.
I think he's I think he's chilling. He's still in great shape though.
Yeah, he did WWE for what, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, he did it for a while.
Was he a cornerback?
It's like a safety, I think.
Safety cornerback. Jalen Williams, who is the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, he has never had alcohol, beer, shots at all in his entire life. He told his teammates, if we win the championship, I'll do it. This is him saying that indeed he partook.
Okay, so yesterday was my first time drinking ever. I never had a drink up until that.
What's up, Urkel?
That point, and the beginning of the season, the guys.
They don't even know how to really blow off the champagne. The champagne's just fizzling. Usually, you can get it really, really pretty powerful.
Drink. That's the big thing for them. I don't know why, but I told the beginning of the year, I was like, "Win a championship, I'll drink. I'll do whatever you guys want. I'll drink champagne."
These look like a bunch of dudes who don't know how to party.
They're kids, man.
I know.
They're the youngest
kept
team
getting
ever.
closer during the season, and I was like, I'm gonna have to drink. So I drank a little bit. I had a couple shots, champagne. I had beer. It was all disgusting. I'm gonna stick to Shirley Temples. I had a lot of those yesterday and a lot of water.
Stick to weed.
Okay, so you've never drank it before. You think champagne is disgusting. You think all shots are disgusting. So are you never going to do it again?
I'm retired. I can't speak on the parade though. I don't want to.
Okay, so TBD. We'll see what happens.
Oh man, poor guy. He's gonna probably fall overboard on one of those double deckers.
My first time drinking ever.
This guy's drinking for the second time ever at the parade. That can't be good.
No. Like Tom Brady?
Yeah, I would put handcuffs on all these guys.
Remember when Tom was so smashed that he had to have a handler like show him where to go?
Was that organic tequila?
Oh my god! Oh my god! So we are here geographically in Tampa. You know, one of our professional teams are called the Lightning. We supposedly Tampa, or Florida at least. I don't know if they fragmented into Tampa, but we're the Lightning capital of the world. And, obviously our hockey team's named after the Tampa Bay Lightning. But,
Oklahoma tried to steal our thunder.
And, oh, God, I don't even have a zookeeper deal. But anyway.
I'm glad I like both teams.
So here's the deal. Dan, when you get hit by a guy got killed.
Right.
Probably because he was in ankle deep water, and the water probably intensified the voltage. And if had he been on dry ground, maybe it wouldn't have been as fatal, because I think there was a couple golfers during the same storm that got hit, and they were okay. But have you ever in your residency or being in a doctor or when you work the emergency room in New Orleans, have you ever seen what a person that got hit by lightning?
Yes.
And what does it do?
It fries you. It's unbelievable. It's a massive injury. There's an entry and an exit. Does it literally blow out? Like it can blow out parts of your body. I saw a seagull once land on a pole, and it got hit by lightning, and it literally like disintegrated it and blew it up into pieces. The people that I've seen with lightning injuries, a lot of times they die. They are never the same psychologically, and it is a massive burn. It just blows out their leg. They need fasciotomies. They can sometimes lose limbs from it. It's really devastating.
But there's different levels of it. Like for instance, the two golfers that got mildly hit, they didn't really require any medical attention.
Well, sometimes you can stand next to a tree, the tree gets hit, and you still get the feel of it, and you still get knocked down or knocked out, and you think you got hit, but you didn't really get hit.
You didn't
per
get
se. It was a close call.
But if the bolt
goes right through
hit
your body, yes.
Is it insurvivable?
It depends. If it goes like in your knee and comes out your foot, then you survive. If it goes in your top of your head and comes out your foot, you're done.
My buddy got hit in his house. It went through
his house.
Yeah, he was in his house.
That's almost impossible.
Yeah,
how?
I don't know. He was he was a kid, and it came through, and it and it's. I mean, he's alive.
You sure you wouldn't play with the blow dryer in the shower?
He's a little off, but it's not anything that he even really likes to joke
Dan,
about.
Have you ever heard that you're not supposed to take a shower during thunderstorms?
I've
heard it.
I've heard it. I still keep my fat ass in that during the shower, but people have gone as far as even saying that you're not supposed to take a shower during a lightning storm. And with Seth's validation of that he knows somebody that got hit in their house, would it come through their window?
I don't know where it comes from.
MedicalNewsToday.com says showering or bathing is not safe during a thunderstorm.
Really?
Yes.
Well, where would it hit? Would it hit your pipes? And
that's what it says. Well, if you have metal pipes, because it says the lightning strike can hit a house or a building and travel through the metal plumbing.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good morning. You were talking about Mandy Rose, and that I didn't know that her boyfriend was a football player. They lived right across the street from me here in Lauderdale, right in Victoria Park.
They still live there, or they moved?
No, they moved. I believe they moved back to Tampa, actually.
Yeah, see, was she pretty hot? Because she's an OnlyFans chick.
Bro, she was a dime, and all of her friends were dimes.
Send me her Instagram.
She looked great.
And he was, I don't know if if he ever went outside jogging without no shirt on or something, but that guy's a physical specimen as well.
Yeah, he was.
Dude, he was ripped up, and I didn't know he was a ball player until I think he got upset because I didn't know when
Yeah, I mean, he played for like a year and a half.
Yeah, he played for like 2 years.
He barely started. He sucked as a football player.
And here's the deal, man. He was not nearly as good and skill set as he was
3 times.
looking. Like, you know,
Right.
he
was a good-looking guy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he looked like a ball player or looked like a stud, but his skill set didn't match the look he had.
Did we say how hot he was yet?
Yeah,
I sent you the Instagram
of Mandy,
and also
Mandy Rose.
Yes, sir.
What's that, sir? What else?
I was down at the Panthers parade this past weekend. There were like 450,000 people by the elbow room on the strip. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
I saw a lot of parade footage yesterday. The guys going into the crowd and stuff looked awesome.
Yeah, it was real cool, man. I got some good videos of it. I'll shoot some to you guys over if you want.
That's awesome, man. Congrats.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Well, how do you catch the show?
Oh my girl got a hotel room. Then we had to wake our butts up at freaking 7 and walk down to the beach.
No. How do you listen to? How do you catch our show? How do you?
Oh, my bad. I'm on Rumble.
Oh, okay. All right. Rumble.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Perfect, buddy. I appreciate you.
And then you guys have a great day.
You too.
For Dr. Dan, I sent you Sabby Piscatelli's
Bubba, you're
Instagram,
going
too.
way too fast through these, man. There was like a Sabby Piscatelli. There was a slow-mo walk.
I sent Sabby Piscatelli's Instagram. From Bubba.
He's in one of these pictures. Bubba just skipped by.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're okay. There he is.
Hi, who's this? Hello.
We're looking at hot dudes.
Hello, who's this? All right, whatever.
She looks like she squats a lot.
Yeah, I think she, But see, this is setup. I don't like this setup stuff. Yeah, like, come on. Whatever.
Former wrestler.
Oh, my God. That was so cheesy.
I don't really think she's that good looking.
I don't either.
I don't like. Now, Dan, is that hours and hours and hours at the gym, or is that an ass lift?
She's had hours in the gym, dude. You can see she's had hours.
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
gym.
she was like a bodybuilder or something.
Yeah, she's
Dan,
super muscular.
So, Dan, how do you, as a doctor, look at an ass like that and say gym versus implant?
That's a tough one. You have to touch it. And it may have an implant in there. She could absolutely have an ass implant.
But her quads look massive too, right, Dan?
Her quads look massive, but her ass sticks out beyond that. That looks like implantish.
That's implantish.
That looks like an implanted.
That's implantish.
Yeah, and all she shows is her ass. It's her only quality.
And so this is how the internet works now. You see these as a little appetizer, and then she wants you to go sign up for the OnlyFans for more.
Now,
Right.
I mean, now they're OnlyFans that are just, probably showing you a little T, a little A, and then there's OnlyFans that are showing you, full-blown porn.
She's probably just showing some teasy stuff.
Yeah, Bubba, she got fired. She got fired for actually showing too much skin on OnlyFans.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
No, thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir, a Hall of Famer, and of course, this must accompany. Go, Pat, go! So she got fired from
WWE for a few years
ago. She got fired from WWE.
Yeah,
for showing too much skin on OnlyFans. She didn't get fired from OnlyFans. She got fired from WWE. Yes. Now this is Sabby Piscatelli. Is that his name?
Yeah, Sabby Piscatelli. He's a stud.
Oh, he is. I mean, no hate.
He looks a little bit like the guy from Jersey Shore.
Like the situation?
Yeah, he does.
Fitness has 100% saved my life. Being in the best physical and mental shape is the biggest pillar in any sort of success I've had. And here is the kicker. I would say mental and physical health has helped me the most in my life through my failures, through my darkest times. What's up, guys? Today's Saturday and today's recovery day, so I'm doing my 30-minute sauna followed up by 90-minute massage. But if you followed me and my wife this week, you saw that we were doing stem cell at Rejuve, which was an incredible experience.
Dan, what's that? What's stem cell Rejuve?
It could be a number of things. It's taking your stem cells, which are usually pulled out of your fat.
I got a lot of those.
And
Who wants
then
some
re-injecting them someplace else. It depends.
Now,
it's
where
kind
would
of
you
ambiguous.
put it? Well, hold on. So you're pulling out fat, and you're putting them. Like, is she probably pulling out fat and putting it in her ass? And where would a man put that?
I don't know where they're putting it. They could be putting it on their skin and their face. Sometimes they'll do like those that microneedling with stem cells, and also they're using like exosomes now, which are kind of like poor man stem cells. So it's just it's a vial, and it acts like stem cells, and it's rejuvenating. We do like I said, microneedling on the face with that serum. And it does help.
I'm so excited to share my results. I'm so excited to see how I feel.
How old is this guy, Lummy? Because he looks, if he's in his...
41.
All right.
In the next week, 2 months, they treat you like family. They're so transparent. It was an unbelievable experience. But the only negative I'm not a fan of is I got to take 7 to 12 days off of training. I know. It's tough when we talk about...
So, Dan, what type of stem cells is he doing that he's got to take 7 days off of training?
I don't know. Maybe it's getting in his joints. I
What
don't
an
know,
incredible week at Rejuve System. It was an incredible experience. They very transparent, educational, professional, and they treat you like family. The whole experience is unbelievable, and I'm so excited to see the results. I highly recommend that you have chronic pain or illness that you look into stem cell. Maybe he had
maybe he had a back issue or a shoulder issue,
or a rotator cuff,
right?
Something like
stem
that.
cells help things like that, and
So,
they can. They can't be overutilized. Sometimes people try to
That's why he probably is using it in a therapeutic, repair injury type deal. That's why the 12-day no working out.
This is just a social media partnership. That's what this is.
But if he couldn't work out for 12 days, he probably had stem cells
What's up,
injected into a
guys?
joint,
So
like
I'm
his
out
knee
here
or
with
his
my
hip or
current
his back.
husband right now, and we are about
Hold on.
to.
Current husband?
Currently, I'm with my husband right now. So we're about to.
Now, Seth, was she a big-time star in WWE? Was she way over?
No, not really. She was getting there.
What do you mean current? You want to get another husband after this?
No, I'm saying, currently you're my current husband.
No, I'm your husband. Let's get that straight.
Macho says this guy's just a salesman with a decent chest. Right. That's all he is.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
The whole football team was on it.
I got tested
Duke didn't test.
6 times 1 year.
Duke didn't test in the 80s. The whole football team was on it.
No, this is baseball. They were having me test.
Really? On baseball?
Well, that's when they still were there.
Oh, yeah.
Steroids weren't banned, but in college they're trying to crack down on it. I'm gonna do some push-ups. Macho, get my chest. Decent chest.
Take his mouth.
What up, Fred?
Congratulations, everybody. I just want to let you know it's been agreed upon. Israel and Iran are going to stop fucking around. It's all because of me.
Dirt Merchant, Shalom.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Oh. So I forgot you and Seth's bonuses because yours came in. You fucked me on it.
No, I did.
So you did.
Yeah, I did. Ray, Big
And
Blake,
Seth,
Felix.
I forgot about yours.
Okay.
So I'm just going to Zelle you guys the money.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll do that either today or tomorrow.
All right.
I was gonna
You
text
have one coming from that pod. Remember that number?
Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah.
But I forgot to put it on the paycheck, so I'll Zelle you two. And let me next time, motherfucker. Now, I fucked up Seth's, but you fucked up yours.
I fucked up mine.
Shouldn't I? I should take half of it just to penalize you, but I'm not going to do that to you.
I understand if you need to.
And I would never. And I'm just fucking with you. I would never do that to you.
Well, thank you, sir. I knew. When I texted to you, I felt like I was going to text you apologizing.
No, don't worry about it, bud. We're good.
Thank you.
God, can I tell you, Seth, who my new crush girl is?
Sophie Cunningham.
Yes, she really is.
Really?
Oh fuck yeah.
David, not sure what you're looking for. He averaged more points in the finals than he did in the regular season. He's a third option behind Jalen Williams and SGA.
Seth, do the NBA have because they said that Sophie's jersey and all that shit's going up real, she's really selling a lot. Do they get a percentage of that?
Fuck no. I doubt she does.
Boy, it's like corn.
I guess she got like 100,000 followers on social media or something after.
Oh, additionally?
Yeah.
He's in there. Who's your biggest fan? Who's afraid CC Hall for you? What's up, DJ Brown?
What's up, Neil?
Show him the cracker, Chris.
So let me how we did that reliable medicine today. Is that how they want it?
Yes.
And we went on and on. So make sure you include it all.
Oh, they get it all.
Okay, and
100%.
then I'll give them one more by the end of the week.
Okay.
And then, who was the guy we spoke to yesterday?
Justin.
Just let him, tell him that we kind of got screwed today.
Trust me, I'm monitoring that.
Oh, this looks good as fuck. Barbecue chicken meatballs.
Erwin, I don't know what you're talking about, but you can go skull fuck your asshole, buddy.
Dan, is Dan...
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Yes.
Now, back to the show.
Do we have a band for Thursday?
I'm currently
I'm talking to you, lover.
Yeah.
Lum, your mic is on.
I'm
Hello.
talking. Hello? Can you hear me?
We're talking loud enough.
Hello?
Hello?
I was saying that.
Are you there, Lum? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes,
You can totally get in Lum's head if you just keep asking.
Oh, wait, you were messing with me?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So, Lum.
I have a rapper that.
This could be Seth. This could be the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not. I've already publicly stated I will not be criticizing anybody's music.
Yes, you
it's up
will,
to
my
you
friend.
guys.
No.
Oh, come on, Seth. You're good.
I tell you one thing, man. I was.
You've honeysuckled every band we've had on here. It's not up to me.
Listen, for real, there has not been a band that just bona fidely sucks.
Half the bands have sucked.
Shut up. Tired of you. So, Lummy, what do you have? What do we have? Do we have anything? Or, because listen, if we skip one or two occasionally here and there, we don't have to have one every week. Also, I need to talk to everybody here in the studio and with Macho Man. Mm-hmm. I think we've pretty much gotten all the information out of Joe Exotica. I don't know that there's a lot of chit-chatty left. We know that,
There's only chit-chat, Bubba, if we ask him about current events and things and not let him go on and on about his trials and tribulations about, who said this and who's innocent and all that.
So maybe if we continue the Joe Exotica, then we have, like bullet points on world events or things that are happening that we run by him and get his opinion on.
Yeah, like he mentioned the bombing in Iran, so I mean, we could get Joe Exotic's plan for peace or something like that.
Right.
And that could be something that
maybe if the NBA Finals. Joe, did you watch the NBA Finals? Maybe I got to think in prison that was a hot commodity, the NBA Finals, right? Like
maybe not for Joe, but maybe for some of the other fellows.
Joe might be like, I didn't get to watch it because I'm here in the hospital with stage 4 brain cancer. But the black guys really seem to be gathered around the TV out there in the TV room. So let me. We're either going to cancel Joe because I think I got what I needed out of Joe, or we're going to go, world events, or pop culture.
Well, I already had the not next week, but the following week scheduled someone else in that time slot.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we have to move.
Seth, maybe we could ask him, like, now that you can't have your boyfriend, your husband. Who do you find attractive in the world?
Okay, well, that's,
I mean, like if you'd ask me.
Who do you find attractive in the world?
Like I just told you privately, like my new crush girl is Sophie Cunningham from the Indiana Fever. Like, that's my new girl. Like, I
What does that mean? That's who you whack off to right now?
No, but that's kind of my new little crush.
Lucky her.
Of course I'm with the Merch Crick.
No, I know. I'm not.
We all can have. I got to think, if you were to be intellectually honest, first one in a long time, but you got kind of a crush on Taylor Swift.
Yeah. I love her.
I mean, so, not that you're going to ever be with her. You have met her, but you got a personally autographed thank you note from her.
But that was no fling like you're trying to have with Sophie Cunningham. I mean, I've met Taylor multiple times.
I know that, but she's
commented on how I look and how I smell.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that could give you, that could cause you to have a little mini crush on her. And
she likes me too. But yes, I see what you're saying.
Like Dan, is there anybody famous that you got like a little mini crush on? I love my new knife, by the way. By the way, Merch Crick said that these things might sell out tonight.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Looks like mine's going to be a hot item.
These are so bad. Look for Seth's on eBay. I love this thing. Dan, do you have a mini crush on anybody? Like, is somebody as studly as you are? Can studs like you have crushes?
Yeah, Savvy Piscatelli. I like. Really? Is that bad?
For you to say that you have a crush on Savvy Piscatelli
he's a stud, man.
Is stupid.
He is a stud.
Stupid.
I think it's a nice twist, though.
Yeah, I didn't know that you're bi. And so go ahead and let the trolls start chewing on that.
He likes a nice, well-built Italian man.
You're your own worst enemy. I'm just saying. So I want to hear when now everybody's positioned you as being bi, and then you start bitching about everybody. You got to rap on being bi when you're the one that brought your own bi-ness out. So okay, I'm just saying. You got to have a little bit of a longer objective look, Danny. I'm not even gonna ask you who your crush would be. I'm going over to Lummy. Who do you got a crush on? Any my new crush is Sophie Cunningham's. Seth, I don't know if his new crush, but he would admit that he's got a kind of a crush on Taylor Swift. Any other females, Seth, that you want to throw in your crush hopper? You know who?
Mine's Ariana Grande.
Mine is, Lummy, that blonde on Channel 10.
Oh, yeah. You're in the blondes now. That's your
first
the blondes.
Sophie Cunningham and this chick. My Lord, she's beautiful.
The morning girl?
Yeah, the one that's next to this dude that they're not showing yet. Lummy, who's your crush?
I've always had a thing for Kate Upton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kate Upton.
Yeah.
All right. Seth, any more you want to throw in your crush hopper?
Probably any chick you mentioned, I'd lay with.
Your Volusia County
I'd lay with. like we're in the biblical times. I'd lay with her.
I'm Molly Reed, your Volusia County community correspondent. A 29-year-old man has died after he was hit by lightning on New Smyrna Beach on Friday. And we're told,
Dan, could you get hit by lightning mildly, not enough to kill you, and it rewires you?
Yep.
Like, next thing you know, you're like, kind of like
No, it turns you into an asshole. People have gotten hit by lightning.
Is that your
into
problem?
assholes.
Is that what happened? You were in the Jersey Shore as a kid?
Must have been.
And you caught a strike, and it turned you into a real asshole?
There's a golfer, a professional golfer.
Fuzzy Thurston?
No, like in the Jack Nicklaus days. In the Jack Nicklaus
Arnold
days.
Palmer?
It was
Lee
either
Trevino?
it was like Arnold Palmer or a guy like that got hit by lightning 2 or 3 times. And he just turned into the biggest asshole.
Well, golfers are really the most they're some of the most prone to getting hit because usually golf courses are flat.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of cover except for trees. The trees are usually not in the when you're golfing. You probably are the most avid. When you're in the golfer, usually you're in the middle of the fairway, and they don't put trees in the middle of fairways.
No,
they put trees on the outer lying areas of the edges, but usually in the middle, whether you're in the rough or you're in the sand trap or you're on the green or you're on the fairway or you're on the tee box, there's no cover. There's none. And then that in conjunction with Dan does a metal iron act as a conducting rod. If you're holding a golf, does that act as a connecting rod?
It can, yes. It was Lee Trevino got struck 3 times.
You were
right.
I was right.
Mm-hmm.
3 times. He was probably the nicest guy in the world after one. And by the time he got hit third, is he still alive? Is Lee Trevino still alive?
I
think so.
In 75, I think he's still alive. Yeah.
You
He's
know,
going right now.
the NFL quarterback, Matt Hasselbeck, was struck by lightning, and so was his wife. They both were struck by lightning.
Dan, if you're like, let's say you and I are shoulder to shoulder down on the golf course, like
Correct.
we're
Okay.
I'm standing by you, you're standing by me. We're sizing up this shot. Can it go if we're close enough? Can it hit you and go into me?
Yep, it can jump.
It could send you flying, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
the man was here visiting from Colorado on.
I hope that it hits us, much like Back to the Future, and then I become Dan and he becomes Bubba. and I take on Dan's personality and he takes on mine. Because you couldn't walk a day in my shoes, buddy. All the bull crap I got to deal with and how poor I am. You couldn't.
You don't think I have to deal with crap all day?
No. You got probably...
I know my calves would hurt.
You probably got as much crap, if not more than me, but you're rich. You couldn't be as broke as me and deal with it. You couldn't be this broke and deal with it. You got safety nets on your brokenness. I don't. I do with my sister, but I can't ask my sister for money. I just can't. I just cannot. Now, as a man, she helped me out with my truck.
Did you help her out when you had money and she didn't?
No, I was a complete asshole to her.
Did she ask you and you said no?
No, I just didn't really think that she when I had money, she didn't seem like she needed any money, although she could have used some, and I could have been far more. Listen, this is me telling on myself. I could have been far more generous. I had a lot of money back then, and I could have been scratching her off thousands like she does me, and I didn't. I could have been buying her really nice Christmas presents like Louis Vuitton purses and stuff like that. But you got to understand, I had a significant other that
sucking all your money.
Was sucking my money.
Yeah, you let her live with you though, right?
And Tara lived with me until she couldn't take it anymore.
Oh,
I mean, she could live with me for
Were
a
you
long
hard
time.
on her?
No, but it just
Was that when you were seeing Janessa?
No.
Different. Okay.
On his honeymoon with his new wife, standing in ankle-deep water.
Oh, my God. So he's on a honeymoon with his new wife and in ankle-deep water. I wonder if she was out of the water because I don't think she died.
when he was hit. It's something Volusia Beach Safety here is calling.
No, he might have, Dan, like a lot of times couples, the guy will go down and do some down at the water and, because women don't like being in the water. They get a little scared of the ocean. So she'll sit there back by the umbrella, reading a book or, whatever. And you're out there on the water hanging 10 with a skimboard, and she has to watch her husband get hit ankle deep, and he died. I guess he died instantly.
Well, sometimes the burn hits you, but sometimes it just throws you into an arrhythmia and your heart stops. That's the big problem. But sometimes
it blows your whole legs out too, doesn't it?
It can do both. It's so much energy.
But here's the deal: doesn't water accelerate electricity?
Salt water does.
Yeah, well, okay. What's the ocean? New Smyrna.
Salt water.
Did you know New Smyrna is the shark bite capital of the United States?
Yeah, that's right where Steven lives, in that Satellite Beach area. Between Satellite Beach and Sebastian's Inlet, that whole area just gets popped with sharks constantly.
Is his condo the kind that literally the backyard is the beach?
Yes.
Like for real. Like you don't got to walk across the street.
No,
or you don't got to.
No. He's on like the 5th floor of I think it's an 8-story building. And his balcony is right, overlooks the beach. If you spit off his balcony, it's the sand.
How many bedrooms?
1, 2, at least 3.
We should do a content house over there.
By the way, New Smyrna is the shark bite capital of the world.
Not of the world.
Yes, of the world.
Of the world. Beat Australia.
Yes.
Dan, is there something to do with the currents or the warmth of the
Sebastian Inlet is a river mouth, and so river mouths are filled with life, and that all that intercoastal stuff is like warm. It's filled with life,
fish,
and the sharks feed on them.
Extremely rare occurrence.
Lightning can strike miles from the storm,
right?
As it did in this case.
Tammy Malfers is the director for Volusia Beach Safety. Part of
what? I would never deal with that nonsense. I would not go to the beach if that's what you had to deal with.
What do you mean, that crowd?
Yeah.
It's like a typical Jersey beach too. That's the way they are up north. All the beaches are like that in tourist towns.
I think that is New Smyrna, isn't
it?
Right.
It's Cocoa Beach, New Smyrna.
Does New Smyrna got all these high rises?
Some of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's sections of normal housing on the beach and sections like this that are more commercial.
So like Steve's place would be like this place right here, 5th floor.
Yep.
Like right there.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Boom. Right there on the beach.
Their job is watching for the storms. This time lapse shows the storm moving through the area Friday. Malfer says it was still so far from the beach, they had not started clearing it yet.
So when we see them, a lot of times they move in really fast. A lot of times they're, miles away, and you'll see a random bolt of lightning.
I was doing the track on Saturday, and I was on the track. Now, you got to understand, the track's there's not a lot of obstacles. It's just all track, and I was on the John Deere tractor,
which has rubber tires, and those cars don't get hit much by lightning.
All right, so does that help me?
Mm-hmm.
And
you need a ground,
but if
you don't connect the circuit, it's an open circuit.
So right across the street from us is Woody's Truck Sales, and there was I swear to God, a lightning bolt that hit right there. Probably, let me from here to maybe where the where the goats hang out.
Oh man!
And I was like, okay, I'm getting off the track. So I picked the tiller up, turned the tiller PTO off, put it in high gear, and tried to get to my RV. And then that's when it started raining. But Dan, if you're in a vehicle, do the rubber tires ground you, or
they prevent the circuit from being completed. It insulates you. It doesn't ground you. It insulates you.
Does that mean that it could hit the tractor and I'd be okay?
Probably.
Could it still hit me?
Arguably, but again, cars don't get hit by lightning very often because they're insulated. They're insulated.
It happens. It's rare in this instance.
Malfer says 29-year-old Jake Rosencrantz was hit. Lifeguards and EMS raced to start CPR after getting to him, but Saturday morning he died. Malfer says it was the first lightning death on Volusia's beaches in several years.
Probably over my years of service here, I've seen about 6 or 7 people die on the beach from lightning strikes.
And about 40 from shark bites.
Get close. We start closing the water, closing the beach to pedestrians.
Now, Dan, can they make you literally get out of the water? Like if they close the beach?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
they'll pull you right out. They'll pull you right out.
Do they have the authority to literally come get you and grab your ass out of there?
I believe so. And if you don't listen to them, they will come out in a boat and pull you in. And then there's probably some civil ordinance that says if you don't listen to the commands of a lifeguard, you can get arrested for it. Yeah,
they just radio ahead to that Volusia County pickup truck, and he comes over and picks you up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, out of the water,
What are you in jail for? I killed a whole family. What are you in jail for? I had 100 pounds of weed. What are you in jail for? I wouldn't get out of the water during a lightning storm. Yeah, man, you're real fun. But bitch, don't mess with me because I got my retractable knife, Bubba Army. Lummy, there's less than 30 of these left.
Oh, man.
Is this waterproof, Bubba?
No.
So if I did go to the beach and keep it in my pocket?
I would say it is, but I wouldn't.
I'd stab an octopus?
I wouldn't.
Shark attack.
I would say that this is waterproof, but I would say that you might mess up the mechanism if it gets rusty. I wouldn't recommend using it in water.
If it gets wet, you should probably spray it down with WD-40 to displace the water.
And then you should come here, Seth. I got an air compressor, and we blow it out with my air blower, and then put a little WD-40 in there, and your Bubba Army retractable gangster-ass knife works. Also, don't forget, Lummy, it's got that end on it so that you can punch out your window.
So, Seth, if you're driving over the bridge and you come off the side of the bridge and you need to get out of your car, use that little tip on the other side of the knife to break your window.
Yeah, a little poker thing.
That'll break your window.
That'll break your window.
That is my biggest fear is the bridge collapsing.
What an endorsement. Hi, I'm Seth Kushner, and I'm deathly afraid of a lot of things, but bridges were one of them. And I careened off the bridge because my Ford Hemi blew out a right front tire, and I careened out, and my car was slowly sinking, and I couldn't open up the doors because there was too much pressure. And then I remembered that I had my Bubba Army Survival retractable blade knife with the end, and so I smashed the window, and I was able to swim to safety.
And
buy yours while you can. They're conveniently priced, less than $20. $19.99 to BubbaArmyShop.com.
And Seth, do you know how to use it? The window breaker?
Do I punch it up against the window?
You just push it against the window.
Oh, really?
And it breaks.
For real?
You don't like stab at it.
I'm not like trying to break it or anything.
Just push it and it just breaks.
Are you serious?
Yep. Am I right, Lummy?
I don't think so. Let me send me.
Can we go test with your window stand?
Yeah, send it to Lamborghini. See if we can get
hold
that.
on. First of all, if he's got a cyber truck, supposedly that's bulletproof.
It's got the Lambo.
No, the windows aren't bulletproof.
Yeah, but hold on, Dan. Let me find me a YouTube video that shows a person properly breaking their
glass window
with one of these glass window breakers
while they're drowning.
People seek shelter in a building or vehicle.
While they're drowning.
Lifeguards will start clearing the beach once the lightning is detected or thunder is heard. That's why she says this was a rare occurrence with its.
I bet you lifeguards get a lot of ass.
They don't get a lot of money, but they get a lot of ass.
Oh, the hell they don't make a lot of money. You've seen what did you see what
a couple guys out there did, but
away
most
from
of the
the
guys
storm,
don't.
but warns it does happen.
Beach Safety is very proactive about monitoring these storm systems, especially the most dangerous times of year for lightning, June, July, and August.
Now, no matter the weather situation, as a former lifeguard here on Central Florida's coast, I can tell
she's a former lifeguard. Okay.
you the best way to stay alert and know what's going on around you is to set up camp as close as you can to a staffed lifeguard tower. Since most of our beaches and even public pools here don't have lightning alarms, lifeguards will tell you when it's dangerous and time to seek shelter. Of course, always keep your
You have to be a complete idiot not to know when there's a lightning storm coming and when you need to get to hell. I mean, you got to be a complete. They just didn't roll up on you. Guy's got a weed whacker.
All right.
Hello, Johnny Weed Whacker.
Bubba, a long-time lawn dog listener, 20 years.
Appreciate it. By what means do you catch the show?
Right now, I'm on TuneIn.
TuneIn. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I got a question for the doctor.
Okay, go ahead. The doctor's here.
Yeah. Yesterday you guys were talking about ivermectin and what it can do, and then you brought up parasites. And I did a little bit of looking at it. My wife will get, once in a while, she'll break out in hives, and for no reason that we think. And the doctor will prescribe her a steroid pack, and it goes away. But sometimes it could come back in a month. So I'm out of breath a little bit from lawn dog inside.
Sure.
And so I was just curious, that ivermectin, could a parasite in your body create something like that for her?
Intermittent rashes, yes, definitely 100%.
And if you would go to reliablemedicines.com, use promo code TB12. I'm sorry, TB, like I'm Tom Brady. TBC, TBA.
Jeez.
Go to reliablemedicines.com, use TBA15, the Bubba Army, TBA15. You'll get 15% off. You could get on an ivermectin regiment. Like Dan Ashley is completing one right now to deparasite himself. Not that he has them, but he does it from time to time to stay clean.
Sure.
And she could probably rid herself, if indeed she's got something like that. Ivermectin would do it.
It's a good reset. You know what I mean? It's not going to hurt anything.
Right. And hopefully it might cure what's going on with her at the same time.
Have you seen those? Are you running a weed whacker right now?
No, not right the minute, but I've got my earbuds in, and I'm probably in the wind. I'm trying to get into some shelter here.
What I'm saying is, have you seen those weed whackers? They got like those wire, like they got the wire instead of using like the weed whapper line, like just the standard orange line. They got these big. Have you seen them? Like they're wire brushes.
Yeah, we bought one a couple years ago.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where it's at. I'm trying to put it on my weed whacker.
No, the weed whacker we had, it didn't fit. We had to return it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we had to buy a special one.
Did we get
for the one we had?
Do we still have it around here somewhere?
The metal?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think Merch Creek somehow took it to the track.
Is
Anyway,
that a metal
sir,
propeller blade?
Sir, I appreciate your call. Thank you. No, it's Dan. It's like this wire brush. It's like three little sections of wire brush, and it can cut down about anything.
I sent you the knife thing, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that Dr. Dan wanted.
Well, not for Dan, but more for Seth.
No, go click the link below it because it's a shorter.
On the back of some pocket knives, you'll find this little nub. It's supposed to be a
The link right below it, yeah, it's a shorter video that shows.
Okay, you sent me two, love.
Yeah, I know. I found a better one while that guy was talking.
No big deal. Thank you, buddy.
That guy doesn't look like he's drowning, Lummy.
All right, everyone. I got my Microtech knife with the the window breaker. I'm going to save dogs in the summertime. See if this thing works at all. Let's see. You just take this here, plug that. Huh.
They say you're supposed to go down to the corner.
Yeah.
The corner of it.
That wasn't a push, though. That was a bang.
Oh! There you go.
Oh, yeah, it works.
Once you start it, once you penetrate that glass,
Oh, it's done.
It's
All right,
easy.
everyone.
It'll break like a potato chip.
So again, Seth.
Let me go
don't-
break a glass. Let me
don't-
break a glass.
Don't go to the middle. Go to the very corner.
Show me. We
I
got to
got
do
my
this hands on.
Microtech knife with the the window breaker. I'm going to save dogs in the summertime. See if this thing works at all. Let's see. You just take this here, plug that. Huh. Oh yeah, it works. Works good. Look at that shit.
So
So
Seth,
it worked when
listen,
you did it in the
Seth,
corner. It didn't work when you did it in the middle.
Seth, did you get that technique, my friend?
Can I go work one out on the smart car?
No. Hell no.
Well, those windows can't be too much to replace.
The hell they're not.
Probably like $20-$40.
Stop. No.
I want to break a window with it so badly, Seth,
I know.
too. I'm
I know.
so like you. I would just go around breaking windows.
I'm going to the Publix parking lot today, man. I don't care.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
It's totally up to you. They're not coming until 12, so I got time.
Well, I sent you a clip about Trump. He's not happy with Israel.
Is he full hot?
Yeah. He cusses at the end of this. He says, fuck.
What's he mad about them for?
Supposedly they shot a bunch of missiles over.
They violated, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Holy! Oh, wow!
There's $20.
Dude, I love that.
Trump is not happy.
Hold on.
Dude, that's the strongest.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that?
We gotta
Wow.
we gotta play it, Bubba.
Wow. We can't put it on the air, though.
We can't. No, we have. It's our president.
White hair's $20.
Man.
Happy birthday, Dixon Myers.
Mommy, good find.
Trump's not happy.
Dan,
Yes.
I can't tell you. I'm texting you something that I sent. You'll see who I sent it to. And then I'm going to text you the response I got, okay? Okay.
One second. Contract was sent at 10 o'clock, period. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. What's this now? Okay.
And I think their response to me validates my concerns. Just saying. I know you're tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of
I'm
fucking...
reading. Hold a second. I'm reading.
Tired of fucking worried about it. Maybe I'm gonna score a little WD-40 down there to get my shit to go fucking just a bit teens. Oh yeah.
The little paragraph at the bottom you sent about please know that their office takes. Is that the part that you sang?
No, so if you go to your first one, that's my letter to them. It says, hey, such and such.
Right.
I just got off the phone.
Right,
such.
right. I saw that.
All right. So then if you swipe it, that's their response back to me.
Right, and please know that that's the one that says you think you're getting fucked.
Yeah.
I understand.
Doesn't it feel like it?
I feel your concern.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, well, who's the official tow truck / lockout / I got it in the ditch, dead battery, I need a tow, I need to move some like containers. Who would that be?
Well, that's easy. That's Steps with 2 P's.
That's
Steps
right.
Towing.
StepsTowing.com, and they also have a Bubba Army. I think it's Bubba Army. Is it Bubba Army or Bubba Army? No, it's Bubba Army 2025.
Bubba Army 2025.
Get you a 10% discount. The official tow truck company of NASCAR. They also work with IRL, F1, and everybody that's anybody. Steps Towing. I think they might be one of the largest towing companies in America. They very well might be. Love Steps Towing, and if you need again a lockout, a flat tire, just a tow, an overall tow somewhere, you never know. You don't need a tow truck until you need a tow truck. Again, Steps Towing with 2 P's. Tell them Bubba Army 2025 and get 10% off. Hello, who's this?
Hey, how you doing, Bubba? This is Tyler. Just got 2 things for you. One, I know that video that you guys are playing in that when you're off air with Trump, that's definitely AI. There ain't no way that's real. I've seen a bunch of those AI videos going around of that.
So you think that's AI?
Really? Oh yeah, no, that's definitely AI.
Lummy, will you run that through the AI? Is this AI? Will you run it through? Because I want to play it. And I want it not to be AI because I want him to be loose like that, and I'd love for him to literally have said that. But you're saying that it might not have.
America can't handle.
Well, Grok, according to Grok, which is the AI on Twitter, which that's where it came from. Video you asked about appears to be genuine based on available evidence. Multiple news include New York Times, Al Jazeera.
Politico has it as being real.
Yeah, I mean, people are saying.
Oh, well.
Yeah, bud.
It came out about an hour ago.
There we go. Well, that makes me like them 10 times more. But and number 2, this is for Seth. What's up with Operation Pigmentation, brother? Where's the uploads?
There's one. There's going to be one today.
I upload them every week.
There's one last week.
Oh, they've usually been on Saturday, and there wasn't one last Saturday. So
keep looking. I mean, listen.
I put it out on Tuesday.
You gotta dig a little bit, buddy. Just don't go in there. It might not be right there flashing at you. You know, scroll down a little bit, and you'll find it.
Oh, I know how to scroll. I know how to use them fingers, man.
Well, it looks like you don't. It looks like you don't because you missed last week's, and it's up there, buddy.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
You too, man. Appreciate it.
Was that other clip that he's saying was AI on Fox News? Do you think they'd really put something on Fox News that's AI?
No.
Exactly.
813-90 Bubba. Now, did Fox News beep it out? Because, Lummy, that determines whether I'm going to beep it out. And
doubt it. I'm sure that was live.
And Seth said, listen, the FCC, I think, is really worried about just, you know what? I think the FCC is more worried about just staying together as an agency. They can't even find anybody who wants to work there. So I don't think that they're really, back in the day, I'm the second highest fined personality in the history of, fine enforcement. But I don't think that, they've shifted Seth in their mentality, and they're not quite worried about F-bombs as much as they are worried about just staying together.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen to me at all. It just sucks about.
Well, here's the deal.
The sucky part about being on the radio is you have to have a conversation about whether you can play something with a cuss word in it.
I know, and here's the deal. I need to know, Lummy, that if it aired on, first of all, it's a fleeting expletive by the United States of America's, commander in chief. And by the way, that person who dropped the F-bomb is at the end of the day the head of the FCC, right? It's one of his agencies that he's in charge of. I mean, the president's in charge of all agencies, from the FBI to the FCC. Can you imagine if Dan, I think it's you're almost insulated by saying, how can they fine you if the commander-in-chief is the person that dropped the expletive? How can they fine you?
Because they can do whatever they want, Bubba. It doesn't matter what the subject is. It's an expletive, and so you can say it's fleeting. There's all this mitigating stuff, but it depends on who's on it.
If the news media played it,
right,
and they've already set precedent that they've played it, then I should be able to play it.
They were filming him live. They didn't have warning.
Okay,
you have warning.
Okay.
I say somebody had to air because you got that clip.
If you interviewed Trump and he said
it went live on Fox.
If you were interviewing Trump live and he dropped an F-bomb and it got through, you probably wouldn't get in trouble. But if you're playing a replay from yesterday's F-bomb and you know it's going to be an F-bomb, it's not fleeting.
I would say, listen, you know what? That's not. You know what? You guys now.
Just have to bleep
you guys, because we just can't bleep it that quickly. It takes. You have to record it. You got to roll it off on something. You got to bleep it. Then you got to bring it back. It takes a while.
I think every caller now is going to tell us how the Fox played it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
My
Hello.
phone might just blew
It's a
up.
team effort here, Lummy.
Hello. Who's this?
Bubba, White Iced Tea.
Yeah.
I watched it live. They did not bleep it.
Fantastic.
I saw it this morning.
Thank you, White Iced Tea. Appreciate you.
They're also cable. They're not terrestrial.
Hello.
Right, exactly. No set of rules.
Did ABC play it? Did NBC play it? Did CBS play it?
They may just beep the word.
And Fox is, you're wrong, Macho Man. Fox is not cable. Fox News is cable. Fox, local affiliates not cable.
Right, but they played it on Fox News.
It was on Fox Cable, though, was it not?
I don't know where it was played.
And I'm sure the other networks dumped it.
I don't know. I'd like to get an ABC, CBS, NBC ruling. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, man, just want to say I'm listening to you guys on the Florida Man Radio app all the way from Weatherford, Oklahoma. I love the show. So it was live on Fox News, but I don't think it was live on Fox. I mean, you're right about the whole cable and non-cable.
Yeah.
So, Hey, can you say real quick how to get that ivermectin stuff on your store again? I'm kind of a new listener.
Go to Reliable Medicines. That's reliablemedicines.com. Okay.
Okay.
And then when you'll see the ivermectin category, you can order all you want, different strengths and different But then when you go to check out, use TBA,
TBA 15,
and you'll get 15% off. And it's always good. Let me just say something. Whether you're going to try to deparasite yourself or it's just always good to have some of the antibiotics, the Z-Pak, the erythromycin, the amoxicillin, the Cipro, all the stuff that Reliant Medicines have up on there. It's good to have some of that stuff laying around so that if you feel yourself getting sick, you feel like yourself getting a cold, start a regimen of that. And usually, if you get ahead of it, it saves you from having to go to your primary, having to sit down, fill out a form, pay a copay, then go to the pharmacy, sit down. So I have an array of antibiotics that I've hoarded over the years, and ivermectin is one of them. So yes, reliablemedicines.
Always thought we had to have a prescription for it.
Nope. Not if you go to reliablemedicines.com, my friend.
Caesar.
I'll do it. Love the show, guys.
All right, man. Thanks. Let me give me that air check, too, as well. Hello, Stephen. How are you, my friend?
Good morning.
Hey, Bubba, why don't
Steve, I'm going to be honest with you. This inconsistency's got me going crazy. Tell Jay that he just can't take this much time off. It's ridiculous.
I thought you'd enjoy me here.
No. It's not you. It's Jay.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's just taking too much time off. Come on.
Okay,
my
I'll let him
Lord.
know.
Well, I mean, the whole empire comes crashing down when he's out of town for. I mean, my.
Okay.
Bubba, why don't we do the Trump thing on Clement Kush and not?
Oh, okay.
Not really try to risk anything.
Well, here's the thing, because I don't want to mess its integrity up. Like, I think that the F-bomb is crucial in the message he's delivering. And to beep it out to me feels, I don't know, it's not nearly as effective, because for our president to live, when he's being interviewed live while jumping on the helicopter, he drops the F-bomb. I can't tell you the last time a president dropped the F-bomb. When the news media was gathered all around him and he knew he was live on the news. Well, I can't tell you the last time that a president dropped F.
Biden did it when he said to Obama, "This is a big effing deal."
Oh, he did?
Remember that when he was signing, I think it was the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, okay.
And Biden said it's a big effing deal.
And by the way,
that's
Steve,
the last time
Steve, I'm just totally busting balls with Jay.
Okay.
I love all of you guys. I just wish Jay Can we somehow build a surf ranch locally so he could just get all of the surf?
They're trying to.
I'm just saying, Jay.
Someone south of here is getting built.
Damn. I just feel naked without my 3 Diacos. It's a 3-pronged system. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but I love being here, and I really appreciate you having me. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, who's this?
This is TK from Alabama Power Company.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said, this is TK from Alabama Power Company in Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh, okay.
Pick your phone up.
Okay, gotcha. If you're from a power company in Montgomery, Alabama, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, just letting you know all the line hands up here listen to you and your company, and you're doing a wonderful job. If Dr. Dan's there, I got a question for him.
He's here, my friend. And by the way, I got an all-new appreciation for you linemen and how hard you work. And I met some Withlacoochee Power guys not a couple weeks ago. And you guys, again, dealing with really high-end electricity. And I got a whole new respect for you linemen. I really do.
Well, we listen to you every day, Bubba, and you keep us rolling, and you make the day go faster. But I got a question down there. My PSAs were 8.1 yesterday. Will ivermectin lower my PSAs?
Dan, what's a PSA?
Prostate-specific antigen. He's got a risk for having prostate cancer. You probably need a biopsy, man.
Sir, hold on.
This isn't an ivermectin game.
8.1 to me, sir, and I'm not a doctor, seems like that's an astronomical number. I think anything over 4, Dan's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, smokers can have a higher number, but still, it's a scary number. He needs a prostate exam and probably biopsy. That's what I would do before you got ivermectin. Start with the biopsy. Make sure you don't have cancer.
Don't be throwing some pills at something that you probably might need surgery on, sir. You need to go to your urologist, Dan?
Correct.
Sir, you need to take a day off work of being a lineman and get your ass into specifically go to a urologist and get your prostate checked now. If indeed you're
MRI.
Go ahead.
Biopsy. They did an MRI and a biopsy last year, and it all came back fine.
That was a year ago. I'd keep checking it. I mean, you know what? Again, prostate cancer is one of those things that's so treatable if you catch it early. If you catch it late, you're going to have impotence and maybe die of it. So step on it early.
Yeah,
you have the beautiful situation that you know that if you do have cancer, it wasn't there a year ago. You've had it for less than a year, but that number's too high to not. Just ignore.
And the other thing is you work for a power company, which means you probably are part of a union, which means you probably got unbelievable health insurance, and you can get this handled where there's a lot of guys right now out digging ditches that don't have health insurance and would be, maybe not as quick to go to the doctor because it costs so much. But I'm sure being a lineman with a badass power company, you got good health insurance. There's no reason you're not at the doctor's office later this afternoon or tomorrow, my friend, with numbers like that.
Yeah, well, thank you. You keep rolling, Bubba. Y'all keep doing a fine job. You keep us laughing, and we'll keep the power on.
All right, and you keep your prostate shrunk, okay, buddy?
I know, buddy. Y'all keep rocking.
All right. Now, Dan, PSA, I was always told, like, the magic number on that was like 4.
Unless you smoke, then it's higher.
Okay. Like, mine was like a 0.3.
Which is beautiful.
Right. And so, but 8...
That's a high number.
I feel like Vince Lombardi had 8 right before he croaked.
Right, it's a high number.
Did you know Vince Lombardi? By the way, I have a Vince Lombardi shirt on today. Oddly enough, Vince Lombardi talking to Bart Starr on the sidelines. Did you know Vince Lombardi, had he just gone to his probably at that point, Dan, I don't even know if they in the late 60s if they made you even go to the urologist. I'm sure that just your family
doctor did it all.
Yeah, your family doctor did it all, but he refused.
Everybody got one.
He refused because he was a proud Italian man from New York, New Jersey. He refused to let a man stick his finger in his butt. And they said, had he diagnosed this while he was in Green Bay and went to his family doctor and had his prostate checked, he would have lived and survived this. But they didn't catch it. And he left. If you remember, he retired after the second Super Bowl, but he stayed on to Green Bay as the general manager for 2 years and was miserable because he wanted to be coaching. So he left Green Bay and went to be the general manager and head coach of the Washington Redskins with Sonny Jurgensen. That was his name, wasn't it? Sonny Jurgensen, a redheaded guy, Lummy? I think it was. And he turned him around, turned Washington around in their first year, and then died like the July of next year of prostate cancer because he never would get it checked.
That's a shame. That's really sad.
Steve, do you keep up on your colonoscopy and all that kind of stuff? You're not a young chicken anymore.
I had my first one a couple years ago, but I mean, does the finger test really do anything, Dan?
Oh yeah, you can tell. Yeah, absolutely. It's all they had in the old days.
I mean, Steve, if you want to drop your pants, Dan will check his brother.
I'll check it.
I mean, that's just family. That's a family courtesy right there. I mean,
you got any of them blue gloves?
Yeah, we got some blue gloves.
You got some blue gloves?
Yeah.
That's all I need is a blue glove. I'll check everyone's prostate right now.
Hold on,
we'll
easy.
just line your asses up right now in the kitchen. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Everybody puts their hands on the counter, and we'll just run.
Everyone gets a fresh glove.
Well, okay, so
good.
So you'll probably get the left hand on the hip and the right hand on the prostate.
Exactly.
And then
I can grade it.
And then
I can tell who's got the biggest, who's got the smallest, who's got the firmest, who's got the softest.
We should probably do that.
We really should.
It's a PSA, bro. It's literally a public service announcement.
Who's going to check yours?
Who's going to check? I'll check my own.
I want to see that.
Oh, it's easy.
That's what's going to get us 1 million hits. You checking your own.
We should do 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'll check my own on the 5th.
Hello, who's this?
I mean, it will go viral,
and
Bubba.
you know Jay.
Bubba, it'll go viral.
Listen,
you won't let me in there.
Steve
will let me.
Hold on, Steve would let you.
Yep.
I would let you.
Lummy will pay me.
Jimmy Clevis. Jimmy Clevis would let you.
Oh yeah.
Would Pippi let you?
Pippi.
I mean,
Pity? Probably.
But Jay would be no.
Nope.
He'd have to get a note from Candle to say it was okay.
Yeah. No, Seth, you let me check your prostate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've literally checked hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, FTE here in Colorado.
Hey, what's up, man? We are just getting. It's just unbelievable amount of phone calls.
Yeah.
Bubba Army is killing it today. We must be having a good show. Thank you, sir. FTE Colorado. What do you got for me, my friend?
Well, I got a question for Dr. Dan. 6 years ago, my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer.
I'm sorry.
She ended up with going ahead and doing the double mastectomy, tissue expanders. She did opt for the nipple-sparing surgery.
Which is smart.
So,
30 years ago, that was criminal, and that is actually, they were right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Since then, one of the implants has flipped over, and they just don't look good anymore. She's been kicking around going in and having them redone, but we're having a hard time finding a doctor locally that will do the
What's locally?
the procedure.
Oklahoma.
Here in Denver.
Denver,
yeah.
Yeah.
So now hold on, sir. So she had breast cancer, and then she elected to get implants because she had a double mastectomy, which means they take both of your boobs. But but I think, Dan, if you're going to have implants, they leave you some skin so that you can go in there and do what she did. But you're saying now the implant looks like it's flipped and it just doesn't look right, and you can't find a plastic surgeon in the Colorado area that will take on the case?
Well, we found one, but we're not real comfortable because they want to do 3 different procedures with fat grafting and all of that to get rid of the ripple. So
You want to fly to Tampa?
We're wondering. Damn right. We want to fly to Tampa, but we're wondering, is that something, because we've used other doctors in other areas, what's the time frame in Tampa that we would have to be down there, but also insurance-wise, I mean, because it was breast cancer, insurance would have to cover it. What's our time frame look like if we were to do it?
Let me step in.
We don't take insurance.
Well, first of all, let me step in by saying, and I think Dan and Steve will agree with me. You can't dictate what insurance takes and doesn't take. That's a whole monster in itself. So I mean, right, Dan? I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't dictate that. Secondly, Dan, answer the question. It's directed to you.
Okay, well, a couple things. First of all, it's you can see right now it's easier to get a sex change and get breast reconstruction in the current environment of healthcare insurance, which is pathetic. It's absolutely criminal. The guys can't get PSAs, girls can't get breast reductions or breast reconstructions without pulling teeth. It's freaking criminal.
But if I want to cut my wiener off and be a girl, no problem. I'll pay for it all.
We'll pay for it all.
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
It's disgusting.
But if my
so let's go back to your problem. There's 3 parts to your problem. Number 1 is I need to see it. So we could do a phone video conference. We can set it up to my office. If you call 888
like a Zoom?
Diacos, yes, I can just do a telemedicine.
4-8 Diacos, 4-8 and then Diacos. That's the number.
And we get a lot of online consults that turn into a phone consult. And a phone consult's not a substitute for an in-person consult, but it can cut to the chase and give me 80% of what I need, and I can at least give you some advice as to...
You can rough it into as to what you got, right, Dan?
What you got, what you need. I could usually do that, yes. Secondly, so let's assume you just got a flipped implant. Maybe you just need a little tweak. Maybe you just need an exchange. Maybe you need a little bit of soft tissue coverage with, autologous fat, meaning your own fat or your wife's fat. Sometimes, though, when you do a breast reconstruction, especially if there was radiation involved, was there radiation?
No, she didn't end up having to do any radiation or...
Well, that's fortunate, but still sometimes you need to use autologous tissue like your latissimus muscle or your stomach fat with what's called a DIEP flap or a latissimus flap, because it sometimes takes a little bit more soft tissue to cover an implant that's just under the skin. Because an implant under the skin looks like an implant under the skin.
Yeah. Yep.
So I get it, and so there's, again, there's
that's
different
where
ways.
the ripples, Dan's coming.
Yeah, it's a subcutaneous implant.
Dan, why wouldn't a doctor take this on?
3 reasons. Number 1 is technically challenging. Number 2, it's hard to get paid. Number 3, some doctors don't like chasing other doctors' work.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't care. I'll chase anything.
I mean, don't let me and Steve expand on that statement.
All right.
Start running, and I'll chase
Dan,
you.
let's keep that medical, please. Thank you, sir. Here's the deal. I would have your wife, call Dan's office, 4-8s and then Diacos, and
I always take a look,
and schedule like a Zoom deal. Dan can kind of rough it in as to what you're really working with. And potentially, if that person in Colorado could potentially do it, or if it's even doable, like Dan can just rough you in to let you know, 1, if he could take it, 2, what just kind of.
Dan's gonna be able to use that machine while they're in Colorado. Dan's gonna be on the little machine right there doing it from here.
But sir, it probably all starts and stops with your wife having a Zoom consultation with Dan, and then at that point, that's a game changer because Dan knows what he's got. He knows what he's got.
Yep.
So that's and Dan would, he'll do that. He'll absolutely do that. Dan loves Bubba Army. By the way, if you go to Diaco Plastic Surgery Center, you get a 15 or 20% discount if you mention Bubba Army. So I mean, like I'm just telling you,
it's 25% to the end of the month.
So
nice.
I mean, from Botox to breast aug to tummy tucks. Don't be Bubba Army proud and make sure you tell that person. Or Dan, because you'll be at the end of the day consulting with Dan on Bubba Army, and boom. So, sir, have your wife call Dan. Let's get a Zoom going, and Dan will have a better lay of the law as to what moving forward with your wife looks like.
Awesome. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Good listener, by the way. Thank you.
Appreciate it, buddy. The phone lines are just straight blowed. Love it. A lot of questions for Dr. Dan.
It's going to be more.
It makes Dan feel really important. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
Good.
Scott from Delaware, FPE.
Full trucker effect out of Delaware for Scott. Yes, go ahead, bud.
To 10-4. Yeah. Hey, 2 things for you real quick. The first one, man, that's a good-looking shoe, brother. Do you have a size 12 extra? I know you probably don't.
We probably will, but it's probably going to take about maybe a week or so for the merch crick to get all of them shipped out, and then she'll put whatever sizes. And I think that 12, she did order a couple extra 12s. They may only last. I'll let everybody know when they're up, but there might be a couple extra 12s. Steve, did you see the new shoe?
Oh, cool.
No, let me see. Wow. Oh, yeah.
Let's see if he catches it.
That is awesome.
Is it coming to you or Steve?
Bring it my way.
No, I'm going to bring it Dan's way. Because Dan's proven that he can caught it. Dan, you ready?
Yeah. That is gorgeous.
Dan Gronk over there, buddy.
Yeah, reliable.
Oh man, that is so funny.
So anyway, sir, I'll give
It's
you updates as to when we're putting the extras up online, and then at that point, hopefully get on and get one. Okay.
Okay, I wanted to let you know about a kick-ass show on Netflix. I know you're looking for stuff to watch sometimes. Me and my girl just watched it. It's called The Waterfront on Netflix. It is kick-ass.
The Waterfront. What's it? What? Give me a brief description.
Okay, it's a family who has they own a fish house down in North Carolina. They have a whole boating thing, and they get mixed up with this maniacal drug dealer, and they're moving. And the guy's hysterical. And there's some good-looking crickets. I mean, it's fast-moving. We watched the whole thing in like four nights. It's like 8 episodes. It's really good.
Waterfront.
I'd recommend it.
I have no idea what he explained, but I am so into this right now.
Perfect.
There's some crickets in it, he said.
Yeah,
I like the cricks. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Hierarchy, $100.
Hierarchy, $100. Hold on, Dan. Have Steve send it back, and then go ahead and Dan. What we called you, Dan Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get Dan Manning me back.
I love the shoe. What's
Tell me
the
what's
little
coming.
round thing? I couldn't.
You ready?
The hologram. What's that?
1, 2.
Oh no!
Nope. It hit the board and bounced. It didn't hit any buttons.
Oh, good.
It hit that light.
That little round thing was going to be like the hologram, but I couldn't.
You took us down in Phoenix, Dan.
There's nothing in it. It's just a hologram.
I love the shoe.
Thank
It's
you.
Unbelievable.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
This is Brian from Cincinnati, long-time listener.
Man.
First-time caller.
What you need, Brian?
You there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I need you. Can you hold me one of your knives? I get paid today. The front load. I've been waiting for you guys to get this knife, and you guys got it today, and you're about sold out. I need it today. I'd like to buy it.
I think by the time you get paid tonight, rush home, go to Bub Army merch, Bub Army store, BubArmyShop.com. I would say that by tonight there'll still be a few left. Yes.
I have an idea, Bubba.
What?
I have an idea because I've had people texting me too, like I need to order one. Why don't you save 10 and put them up tomorrow morning at 6? That way, the people that like have to get paid this afternoon, they'll have a second chance.
I think we'll be okay.
You think so?
I think we're going to be okay.
Okay.
She said we had about 17 to 20 left. If anything, I will give mine back or whatever. But if you get paid later today, listen, don't be going to the bar. Because by the time you get home at 10 o'clock after chasing some cowgirl ass, they're not going to be left. So when you get paid, I would go home, get online, and get it. Okay, it's only it's $19.99. They're $20.
Gotcha,
I love
man.
mine.
Thank you so much. Been listening to you since you was here in WBN.
Yeah, the frog.
Yep.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Trump was feeling good and announced yesterday, congratulations to everybody. It's been fully agreed upon between Israel and Iran that there'll be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their progress and final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, and the official of the an official end to the 12-day war, we will be saluted by the world during each ceasefire. The other side will remain peaceful and respectful. And on the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that had gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't, and it never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. Donald J. Trump of the United States of America. Lummy, I think this is he didn't. I don't know that he commented or had a press conference. I think he just released it on social. I think this might be a story about it.
Yes. Good news now at 5. President Trump announcing a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. This after the Islamic Republic retaliates for this weekend's U.S. strikes on 3 of their nuclear sites, targeting American military bases in the Middle East. Good evening. You're watching the KTLA 5 News at 5. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Micah Ullman. Thank you for joining us. In the rapidly changing conflict in the Middle East, President Trump announcing late today a ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
Iran retaliated against the U.S. earlier today, firing ballistic missiles at the U.S.'s largest strategic base in the Middle East. That and the announcement of the ceasefire comes just 2 days after the U.S. officially got involved, leveling 3 Iranian nuclear sites.
U.S. defense officials say all of the missiles fired this morning were intercepted and no one was killed. Chris Wolf following the breaking developments and what the Trump administration is saying tonight. Chris.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, in L.A., there's a bunch of pukers, are they not? They sound like, 1970s newscasters.
Micah and Cher, a ceasefire agreement has apparently been reached. That is the latest word from President Trump, who put out a post on Truth Social saying Israel and Iran will stand down.
All right, so we got all that. That's just a story from L.A. This is something that I cannot play until Clem Kush later today. When the show ends, Seth and I are going to slide back on and do Clem Kush. I guess the ceasefire was supposed to be in place, and it looked like Israel threw a couple over, and Iran, they were still kind of screwing around with each other.
Yeah, I guess Iran threw a couple over that, and then Israel came back with a ton.
And now, is this part of that right here, Lummy? Iran launches attack on U.S. base in the middle.
No, that was from overnight.
So that's been handled, right? Yep. That's no longer in play.
Yes.
And then this guy here, which I'm going to go to words, and then we'll get to this guy here. He's saying that what Trump did was unconstitutional, and he should be held up on, whatever. It's amazing that I think Barack Obama actually, on the last 20 or 30 years, dropped more bombs on more countries than any other president combined, and they never wanted to call Barack Obama out for that. And
by the way,
that he needed congressional approval to have war or anything like that.
By the way, he murdered U.S. citizens abroad. Obama did with drone strikes.
With the drone strikes. Yes.
No one. I mean, people bitched and moaned about it, but he wasn't. He wasn't brought up on murder charges. He wasn't impeached.
But I think this is all the Democrats got because, listen, I think that other than this little dust up that they had in the middle of the night, which Trump completely lost his, lost his shiz, if you will, and I think that will be handled. But I think the best resolve happened. We didn't have to it was a 12-day war. They have a ceasefire. Russia and China didn't come to Iran's immediate aid at all. And I think everybody in the Middle East, from Egypt to the United Emirates to Saudi Arabia, to Iraq, everybody feels in the region better. Tourism and we're getting ready for summertime for Dubai and countries that are in really close proximity of, if this was a war, people wouldn't, go. I mean, I think that the best possible solution happened. It was negotiated by Trump. It took Trump's badass and heavy-handed B-2 bomber bunker busters to finally show Iran, what we could potentially do. And he handled it spectacularly. Regardless if you're Bernie Sanders or AOC or this numbnut, I think the Democrats, I think it would be if I was a Democrat, I think it would be better served if they actually threw the dude a bone.
I sent you a little map that shows the bombs that Obama dropped in 2016.
Okay, you know what? We'll get to those next because I'm running behind. But if you're a Democrat, listen, I think that your fellow Democrats wouldn't hold against you if you said, hey, you know what? I think that Trump did a pretty good job on this.
Well,
Senator
you saw what happened to
Fetterman's been doing
Fetterman.
that.
Exactly. Fetterman's done it, and he's been attacked by the Dems.
Can you find me what Fetterman said?
Yes.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Like 40. They want to put him in jail for the rest of his life.
You out of here, Danny?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Presidents don't have to declare war for actions like this. They just have to. They don't need Congress for that. They need Congress for like an extended war, like we did with Iraq. See you, See you, buddy.
See you, Dan.
I get the gold mic. How you doing? How are you doing?
Hierarchy. Neil. Bob, I sent you Fetterman
Okay. Thank you.
on the Iran bombs or Trump.
What up, Jay Bowler, Longer? What's up, April?
Neil Malplaisir.
How's Neil Malplaisir doing?
Oh, he's doing great.
How we doing on our 1,000-click Willies? Are we running a little behind? We gonna hit it?
Hit it every.
We're at 8:55 with an hour. So.
Step
What up, White Iced Tea? What's up, John?
Costica.
Hopefully we can get it.
What's up, White Iced Tea?
Is Indiana known for its beautiful summers?
Not really. Indiana doesn't have any much beautiful shit at all. Indiana's, if you like corn, then you'll like Indiana. Cornfields.
Well, no, I could live in a metropolis like Indy.
Indy's pretty cool, but
what about Fort Wizane?
Oh no, it's a shithole.
Shithole Fort Wizane?
So's Terre Haute. So's.
What about South Bend?
South Bend's got Notre Dame, but it's a shithole. That's where Buttigieg was a fucking mayor.
Tampa Terry, go back to Rumble. Nobody needs you here, man.
Bubba, I sent you a Trump rant just now. It's clean, but it's not about it's
What up,
on
Mitch?
CNN. He goes off on CNN and MSNBC on how they've been covering the bombings.
Okay.
This just came out.
Just came out?
Yeah.
Okay. No cussing?
No cussing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
$813-90 Bubba. Phone lines have been very active today. Steve slides into Dan's seat. He's gone. Jay's probably hanging 10 somewhere in the Pacific. Did he leave today? I think he left last night, didn't he?
I think early this morning.
Early this morning.
Yep.
Lummy, here's here's statistics. As much as AOC and everybody wants to, and I'm not trying to make this a political deal, I'm just going to call this right down the middle. And that, listen, as the president of the United States, there's some acts of military, or you can send your military into various, situations that you don't need the congressional vote or approval to, not everything's a war. Now, if you're gonna declare war, full-fledged war, where we're, boots on the ground and army bases and strategically moving all your aircraft carriers and your destroyers and things like that into a region or an area that you might be fighting. Let's say we were to have a war with Russia, we would start strategically moving all of our stuff that way, and it would be a full-fledged, it's war. But everything else, for the most part, all these, from George W. Bush, who did all that stuff that he did in Afghanistan and the weapons of mass destruction when he was looking for, Saddam Hussein. I don't know that those were, did he get congressional approval for war back then? Operation Desert Storm, Operation, Iraqi Freedom, all the ones that he supposedly went through. I think the presidents have a lot of leeway to do a lot of things with the military without declaring war.
Right.
And so Barack Obama did a lot of things, and he never declared war. I think we pretty much occupied Afghanistan, or was in an excursion with Afghanistan his entire presidency. And it says this is just in 2016. Now, Trump, it's my understanding that we dropped, was it 12 bombs? 20 bombs?
12, I think, or 14.
Less than 20 of these bombs to end this 12-day war. And it was necessary for us to show Iran that we had the ability and these bunker buster bombs to take out their, nuclear facilities, so to speak, testing facilities, as they were quickly developing nuclear capabilities. And everybody you can watch footage of Hillary Clinton that I played yesterday. Hillary Clinton's actual quote was, if and when I become president, I'm bombing Iran.
I sent you something a little bit interesting. It shows every president since Harry Truman to bombings that they had without congressional approval.
Is this it right here?
Yeah, if you scroll down right there.
So these are presidents that did not go to Congress and have a vote on, we're going to have a war. I need you guys to give me the approval to go to war. And these are presidents that did military stuff. The commander-in-chief is called the commander-in-chief because there's a lot of leeway on what he can do. And war is really the final option. Like, they don't even want to go to Congress and call it war. They want to be able to, through various excursions and various maneuvers, do stuff, bombings, all kinds of things while not calling it a potential war. Harry S. Truman, 1945, 1953, Korea, all of the Korean. Now, let's not forget, when you speak about Korea, what do they call it? They call it the Korean War.
Yeah.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, anytime that you see people talk about what we did in Korea from 1950 to 53, they call it the Korean War. Trump authorized bombing campaigns during the Korean War under UN Security Council resolution, bypassing a formal congressional declaration of war. Critics argue this set precedent for unilateral executive action. Again, they even, while describing what Truman did, called it a war.
Yeah.
And he didn't even go get war approval.
That's true.
Dwight D. Eisenhower, 50, which, by the way, out of all the presidents that I'm going to go ahead and talk about, this is the one guy of all of them that actually was a general and in the military. So, militarily wise, from Dwight D. Eisenhower to what we got now, this was the only person that was an actual soldier to the highest degree, and that being a general. Nobody else, I think, was. I think John F. Kennedy served some time as a pilot. Lyndon Johnson never enlisted. Richard Nixon never enlisted. I don't know that Gerald Ford did.
No, he just played at Michigan.
Jimmy, he was a pulling guard for Michigan football team. Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush. I think he might have been like a reserve
pilot.
Yeah, Clinton. George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, none of which were soldiers. So Dwight D. Eisenhower, Guatemala, 1954, Eisenberg ordered CIA-led airstrikes to support a coup against the Guatemalan government. No specific congressional approval was sought for these covert operations. John F. Kennedy. Remember the Bay of Pigs?
Yeah, Cuba.
I mean, we were on that was probably one of the closest times that we almost came to war with Russia, was when we had the naval blockade in the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban excursion in 1961. Yep. Kennedy authorized the Bay of Pig invasion, which included airstrikes without explicit congressional approval.
Now, he was a soldier. Bush was a soldier, the first Bush. And I think the Desert Storm got Congress approval, but not the initial strikes.
Vietnam. Early 1960s, limited bombing operations began under Kennedy's escalation of Vietnam, relying on executive authority rather than specific congressional authorization. Lyndon B. Johnson. Vietnam. I mean, when everybody talks about Vietnam, what do they call it? The Vietnam War. Probably the worst one we've ever been in. Got our asses kicked. Should have never been over there. Had no right, Muhammad Ali went to prison for 6 months, had both of his titles stripped away, was considered a draft dodger. People held it against him for the rest of his life. And Muhammad Ali, he had the quote, and he had the mentality that I thought best suits everybody, and that is, why am I going to fly myself? Why am I going to let my government fly me halfway around the world and fight against a country that's not invading my country, that's not doing anything to my country? Why am I? What did Vietnam do to us? We were in that war for somebody else. We were in that war because the communists had occupied half of Vietnam, and we were trying to free the other half of Vietnam from the communists. We didn't have any right being in that war at all. And God, wasn't that one of the deadliest ones of all?
A mess, an absolute mess. We lost a lot of good guys.
John, now did your dad serve in Vietnam?
My dad was in the Air Force, and his twin brother also was. Dad was held back in the States and served in the hospitals as these guys came back. Uncle Nick actually went to Vietnam and saw a lot of really nasty stuff.
As a doctor?
That's right. And,
wow.
And it really affected him. forever. It changed his whole mindset.
My dad had a guy from Baraboo, Wisconsin. It was his best friend. He's just recently passed. His name was Bob Cottrell. He was a big dude. He was like 6'6". And my dad didn't go to Vietnam because he was married and had a kid. Back then, it was the draft, the military draft was, it was a lottery. They would literally have a lottery. They put 365 balls in a hopper, and they would literally pull out and that was the order of which you got drafted, unless you were married with a child, and then that puts you way, way back at the hopper. So my dad never had to go to Vietnam, but his best friend Bob Cottrell did. And just like your Uncle Nick, Bob Cottrell, when he came back, he was never the same. He had seen so many bad things. He survived, he survived and made it back in one piece, much like your Uncle Nick. But it changed Bob, and he was not the same ever since. And I'm assuming Uncle Nick saw some guys were getting their legs blown off, and their faces blown off, and just
horrific. But now for him, he changed in a way that was kind of cool. He lived life like it was his last day always, and he went out to L.A. He opened
Jay told me he was an absolute rock star in L.A.
He was the doctor to the stars. Dad was the doctor to the athletes. He was the doctor to all the stars.
I heard he knew the Bus dude that owned the Lakers.
Dr. Bus?
Yes.
Jerry Bus?
He knew Jerry Bus and Nick Diaco, which, by the way, was Steve's dad, Joseph, his identical twin. They were identical twins.
Yep.
Identical. And one was a brain surgeon, Nick, and one was a general surgeon in Joe.
Yeah, Nick was for heart. He did the heart.
I'm sorry, heart. Cardiologist.
Yep.
But yeah, he was Seth, he was, rolling around with all these stars. If they'd have any heart issues or things like that, of course, Nick would fix them up. But Dr. Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers, was one of Nick's friends. So Nick would be sitting, front row during showtime, during, when the Lakers were rolling hard.
That's awesome.
Yep, and he was real close with the Paulson family, who founded Gulfstream. And remember that horse cigar, I think it was winning everywhere.
Yeah.
He got to travel all over the world with these guys. He hung out with some really incredible people who loved him to
Didn't he
death.
Didn't he own a discotheque?
Yes, with David Bowie in the 70s.
He owned a discotheque with David Bowie in the 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but can you imagine, he probably had some pretty good action, didn't he?
Oh, my gosh. Till he died. I mean, at his funeral, there were 4 or 5 women that
in their
were
40s.
his lovers. Very young. Yes.
Lyndon Johnson, Vietnam. Johnson expanded bombing campaigns based on the Gulf of whatever, and never specifically got approval to scale these operations. Richard Nixon's Cambodia. More Vietnam. Gerald Ford, Cambodia. Jimmy Carter. Limited evidence exists of Carter's ordering significant bombing campaigns without approval. Some sources suggest he avoided large-scale airstrikes, but small-scale operations. I know that he tried to free the Iranian hostages, I don't know how many times. I mean, I think 2 unsuccessful times, both of which military, like the helicopters broke down and killed military people, and it took Rappin' Ronnie Reagan's. Do you remember it was 444 days, and Rappin' Ronnie Reagan had already cut a deal with Iran not to let him go until his first day so he could get credit for it. Yeah. So he went and told Iran, listen, I won't blow you to smithereens if you let the guys out on while I'm getting inaugurated, you're letting them out. Totally making Jimmy Carter look like a jobber. He couldn't get it done for 444 days. Rapping Ronnie Reagan while he has his hand on the Bible, taking the oath to be the president. I'm just going to let you know that the hostages are on their way home. Ronald Reagan had wars with Libya, Lebanon, Grenada, George H.W. Again, I'm reading presidents that had military presence and engagements without congressional wartime approval. George H.W., Bush. He had a Panamanian deal in 1989. He had then in Iraq in 1991. Bill Clinton, 93 to 2001. Somalia, Bosnia, Kosovo, Iraq, Sudan, Afghanistan. George W. Bush, the guy that put a salad bar in at the White House. Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia. Barack Obama might be the most bombinous president we've ever had without congressional approval. And nobody gave Barack Obama. Everybody's like, Barack Obama, that's kick-ass. You're bombing the hell out of Libya. You're bombing the hell out of Syria. You're bombing the hell out of Iraq. You're bombing the hell out of Yemen and Somalia and Pakistan. Extensive drone strikes targeted militants justified under the executive authority of the 2001 AUMF with no specific congressional approval. In 2016, the U.S. dropped 26,171 bombs, mostly in Syria and Iraq. Afghanistan. Donald J. Trump, I guess this would be his first. They're including both terms, 2017 to 2021 and 2025 to present. Syria in 17, Yemen in 17, and I guess now 25. Iran in 20 and 2025, and Afghanistan. Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe even bombed.
Look at that.
I did? Yeah, you did, Joe. You bombed. Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan. So these are all presidents that, with today's environment, with people calling for Trump's, impeachment, or he did something wrong because he didn't get congressional approval. First of all, this war was 12 days. We were not directly involved, but we had to get directly involved to put an end to it, or it would still be going on because Israel didn't have the technology. Israel had the technology to really, really decimate their nuclear program, but they couldn't get that last little oomph to these three sites, and Bibi Netanyahu needed our help with what these bunker buster bombs, which we're the only country in the world that has them.
Yep.
And we did it.
Yep, we did.
And
he's a president of peace. And watch how fast now Russia ends this war in Ukraine. The Hamas stuff's going to be over. Where's China? Where's Russia? Everybody, they're with Iran. Really? Nobody is, because they see this guy is going to take action, and he wants peace, but he does it through strength.
Is this the one I can play?
Yes.
This is the one I can play, then I got to go into words, okay?
Yes.
All right.
CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. CNN is scum.
Seth, he's running a little bit loose today, is he
Well,
not?
when I guess when you're sitting in the room that he sat in, when you're watching the the military operation go down, and then you've got people on networks going, no damage was done. This was a complete waste. I mean, I think he gets upset that it takes away from the serious effort that those guys
on what really happened,
of what those guys had to do over there. Yeah.
CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. When I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought.
I was watching CNN. I flipped back from Fox to CNN just to see the difference in coverage. And CNN was like, they had Anderson Cooper and then Jake Tapper. And they're like, we don't quite know if the bombs really did get to the area. We know Israel had some success in getting in some of the lower levels, but we don't know quite to the extent. We don't have any boots in the ground, and we obviously can't be there, but from our surveillance that we have, it doesn't necessarily look like this may have deterred or actually, ruined the ability for Iran to develop nuclear capabilities. We just cannot, confirm that these were effective.
It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these
cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
You're real losers. You're real losers. Well, it's got to be frustrating when you have such a mission, such an entailed mission with, how many times they had to refuel, and they went 37 hours where they had to, to use the bathroom.
Bubba, it's like when Buzz Aldrin, you had to knock people out because they said he never went to the moon.
Right.
Like that was his whole life. It would trigger him because he knows what he did. So I think this is probably the same way Trump feels.
Agreed.
He might come up swinging.
I wish he would.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Today, and so as much as you think Trump lost it there, today on Klim and Kush, we're going to be able to play, and this was a fleeting expletive that was live on TV as it happened. We can't responsibly play it here because we're replaying it, so we know that it's going to happen. If we were watching it live as everybody else was, and he dropped the F-bomb, we'd be covered. It would be a fleeting expletive, but boy, I can't tell you the last time that a president dropped a mean-spirited F.
And he's on his way to NATO meetings, right?
Yeah,
and it's a good way to, get fired up before you walk in there.
Yeah. Well, that'll be on. We'll open up Klim and Kush with that, later today when we do it.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
And here we are, turning back on the campaign promises, and we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel. Yes, it was on behalf of Israel. We're entering a nuclear war, World War III, because the entire world is going to erupt. And you want to know the people that are cheering it on right now? Their tune is going to drastically...
I thought she was Republican, Lummy.
She is.
Change.
Is she pro?
The minute we start seeing flag-draped coffins on the nightly news, on Fox News that brainwashes all the baby boomers, and on CNN that brainwashes all the Democrat baby boomers.
She was one of the ones that was against Trump bombing because she didn't want to go to war. She thought it was going to end up like World War III.
Lummy, did you give me the Fetterman?
Yes.
Okay, I'll find it.
Should be the last.
Thank you.
No, it's I'll read. It's
So don't send it. Don't send. Here, I'll pull my up and you tell me where it's at.
It should be the one right above that one.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope, that's not it. So it was the one above that. God damn it.
This one?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
For me, I'm sure. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people in my party that are going to disagree with the strike in Iran, and I actually support that. For me, I'm sure. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people.
Did you hear what Jay had in front of his house all day, Bubba?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So we're at 6. We're right on time.
Yeah, so you come back at 9:30.
I don't know if we're gonna hit 1,000.
I do it 9:34. Yeah, 9:30.
Yeah, this might be. Come on, man.
Hook up for Steve.
Come on, everybody. Hook up
for Stevie D.
For Stevie D.
Come on. Let's go.
What's up, Mitch? The Mark. What's up, Buzzard Bob?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
52 thumbs away from a G-ball. I can't, Lummy, you might have the actual date of the last time that we did not hit 1,000 thumbs up on YouTube. Let's not make June 24th, which is my son's birthday. Let's not make that be the day that we don't hit it. So get your lazy ass on over to YouTube. Search The Bubba Army. That's our channel. It's a good way to watch and listen to the show. And give it a thumbs up so we hit that G-ball. That's kind of the threshold.
February 26th.
February 26th. That would be March, April, May, June. For 4 consecutive months, we've had 1,000 thumbs up. It's gotten close, Lummy. It's been we've taken it clear to like 10 o'clock right before we say goodbye, but we've never, again, since February 26th, you said?
Yes.
We've hit it every time. So please help us out, and if you can. Thank you. Now, I thought Marjorie Taylor Greene was like this super Republican, toe the party line. I thought she was.
She is, but she's super, super anti-war. She's like, no more wasting money on these foreign wars. That's her thing. But I think she's okay with this now.
No, well, now, why
Right.
she blabbing her mouth, a day ago?
Tell you what, 6 months in, Steve, and here we are turning back on the campaign promises, and we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel. Yes, it was on behalf of Israel. We're in.
What's wrong with that? You got a problem with that? You anti-Semitic?
A nuclear war, the World War III, because the entire world is going to
a 12-day excursion is the furthest thing from World War III.
She's a nutcase.
World War III doesn't happen unless China or Russia starts participating. Where's she from?
Georgia.
You want to know the people that are cheering it on right now? Their tune is going to drastically change the minute we start seeing flag draped coffins on the nightly news.
Well, guess what? We haven't seen any, and it's over.
Fox News that brainwashes all the baby boomers, and on CNN that brainwashes all the Democrat baby boomers. And that is exactly how this is going to go down. And I'll tell you what.
It's pretty bad, Lummy. When is it John? Is his first
John
name
Fetterman?
When John Fetterman, who looks like he's in a Russian prison with Brittany Griner.
I know. Did Iran capture him in a cave?
Yeah, I don't know what part of his. I don't know what part of his area that he represents would be, like a prison, or he's got this is his green screen backdrop, just being, I don't know.
There's no jail backdrop,
you would love
Bubba,
this
on
guy.
Zoom.
You would love this guy. He's from Pennsylvania. He wears like hoodies all the time. He never gets dressed up, and he's been really even keeled as a Democrat. I respect the guy.
It's kind of bad when the Democratic, is he a senator?
Yes.
When the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania makes more sense than the Republican Congress lady from Georgia. That's pretty bad.
For me, I'm sure. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people in my party that are going to disagree with the strike in Iran, and I actually support that. I've been always calling for that thing. I think it was entirely appropriate. And again, there might be votes.
By the way, your Democratic presidential predecessors called it. Hillary Clinton once said, the minute I become president, I'm bombing Iran. Barack Obama bombed Iran. Bill Clinton wanted to bomb Iran.
On that. So for me, that's not a war. That was a very limited military exercise, and it struck that, and then that's where we're at. So really, it really wasn't about unconstitutional or it's anything like that. It was like a very, very limited military engagement, and then it took them out, damaged them severely.
And let's not, for me. And the one thing I think that we're forgetting is that it was, it worked.
Yeah.
Whether regardless of what you're Republican, you're a Democrat, you're the next guy, you whatever you identify as, a hater or a critic.
It's just saying right like $20.
It was effective. It was a very big mission. We had to fly our B-2 bombers. God, did you see the route they took, Lummy? They went clear through Canada.
Yeah.
And then up on the most northern part of our world, and then swooped on down through Spain, and then in through that way, and got them that way. And we had these other B-1, B-2 bombers that we weren't being so undercover about, that we were sending through Hawaii and Guam, but we weren't trying to undercover them. We were kind of letting people see them. And that's where Iran thought the attack was going to come in from the south, when it really came in from the northwest, came in from the northwest. And I think they had to refuel 3 times. This was a 37-hour mission that was executed flawlessly with regards to the men and women that flew the bombers, that released the bombs, and I don't think that there was one casualty with regards to U.S. personnel. I don't think there was one malfunction with regards to equipment. And there's a lot that can go wrong when you're flying, 45,000 feet in the air, and you have to have this big rod, this big hose come out the ass end of a big refueler that injects itself right above the canopy to refuel you. I mean, there's a lot that can go wrong there. And we executed it flawlessly. And then if you look at the result, it looks like we took out all of their nuclear capability, set them back. They say set them back 10, 15 years. It's going to take them 10 to 15 years to be even, and at that point, maybe, do you even try to rebuild? And then we have a ceasefire. Now, they kind of went back on that yesterday, but Trump's going to get that handled. We got him to agree to a ceasefire. Now, does that put an ending to all of this? And Seth, will we, now that we have Iran not screwing with Israel, do we still have the inner struggle of Gaza and that going on too? The Palestinian struggle, has that been resolved, or is that an ongoing situation too?
That has not been resolved.
That's not been resolved.
They still have between like 20 and 50 hostages / bodies.
Doesn't it help a little bit that Iran might not be able to help out like Hamas and stuff like that?
Yes, this will be the end of all of this stuff. We just got to give the guy a minute to get it all cleaned up.
So this puts a damper on their funding,
big time,
and this puts a damper on Iran's participation on the Gaza Strip and Hamas, and all of the people that are continuing that. It seems like this in my opinion, puts a big damper on all of that.
Hopefully
that goes away. And then next up is Ukraine and Russia. And does this? I don't think this show throws caution to the wind to either one of those two nutbags, but maybe it gives Trump some world cred, if you will, and can maybe now, if he could get that to go away, if he could get those two to paper up some treaty, then truly he has done what his predecessor could not. And I think that's the last thing he needs to get done. Well, I mean, are the tariffs still a thing? I mean,
yes, but we're bringing in billions of dollars. Everyone's going to get to the table and work it out with us, or it's going to supplement any tax cuts we do. I mean, it's good business, and we should have steel made in the U.S. We should have aluminum made in the U.S. It's for our national security. So when China's flooding the market with cheap steel, we can't allow that. We're going to tariff that.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, over? It's Brandon the Quad.
Brandon the Quad, how are you? What kind of information you got for me today, buddy?
Well, the NIL's really screwed up Iowa's wrestling now.
Oh, the NIL has now infiltrated collegiate wrestling, and you're saying it screwed it up?
Yeah, because Iowa just lost the #1 recruit to Penn State because of NIL.
Oh, Penn State came in and said, we got that Big Ten money, and
we got more money.
We got more money than Iowa. And
have you thought about selling your chair to maybe give it to that guy to get him to come back to Iowa?
No, that's only $30,000.
I mean, that was only one recruit, though, or has it screwed up? You got people jumping ship? Does Iowa not believe in the NIL as extensively as Penn State? Like, what's the underlying issue?
Well, we only have farmers in Iowa. We don't have that much money.
Yeah. So you're saying, Penn State, which is based in Pennsylvania, they got all kinds of different resources, and all you got's corn and farmers, and you can only come up with so much NIL money. A new John Deere tractor only goes so far to a recre compared to a Lamborghini. I can go to Penn State and get a Lamborghini, or I can go to Iowa and get a tractor. Where are you going, Seth? Hey, Brandon, I got to get going, man, but good talking to you, my friend.
Yeah, good talking to you guys soon.
Bye now. We'll see you at BARP.
I'm sure Caitlin Clark will start pumping in money through Iowa's NIL.
She should. Hello, or at least be an ambassador for it to get some pumped in there.
It might not make its way down to wrestling, but I'm sure.
Right, but the girls' basketball team will be taken care of.
Yes.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Heather, spin instructor.
Hi, Heather, spin instructor. How are you?
I just wanted to comment on what you guys were talking about earlier.
Okay.
What the Democrats failed to tell everybody is that this mission to bomb Iran has been in the works for well over 15 years. How else would they know that these bunker bombs work? They have built replicas of the exact facility they bombed in the deserts, and they've been running trial runs.
Well, I mean, then why would why wouldn't the president 15 years ago, whomever that may have been,
That was Obama.
Okay, why didn't Obama do
That's
it
what I'm
then?
saying.
Because
This has been
Obama
going on
loved
for years.
Barack loved to drop the bombs. So this would have been a great
Yeah,
bomb.
so
All the other 26,000 bombs that he dropped could mean nothing had he dropped these 3.
Yeah, so this has been rehearsed multiple times. That's why it went by so flawlessly.
Perfect.
And that's why these Democrats are so hypocritical, because they're the ones that really started this mission 15 years
our
ago.
whole political process is so hypocritical. It's pathetic. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene that's that's being anti-Trump with regards to this excursion. We got Fetterman, who's kind of flip sides, and it's a joke. It's a complete joke. Nobody wants what's really right for the country. People want what's right for their party, which might not align necessarily with what's best for our country.
Yeah, just like the whole thing with the killing Osama bin Laden. I don't know if you watched that documentary on Netflix. If you haven't, I would definitely recommend it.
By the way, Barack Obama nailed it. You could not. Him and Hillary Clinton were in the Situation Room. They were actually, talking to the commanders that were going through Osama bin Laden's compound, and that was flawlessly done.
And they built a replica of it. Yeah, they built a replica of it.
That was flawless.
Every scenario.
As much as we want to
happen, what do we do?
Much as we want to parade Trump around on doing pretty good on this one, Barack Obama did just as good a job on finding, the most wanted man in the world in Osama bin Laden, and that was executed flawlessly too. And I guarantee he didn't go get a congressional approval of war to go take out, Osama bin Laden. They literally had like a 1 night or 2 night window where he was going to be there, and him and Hillary Clinton are to be commended. Yep. They did a flawless job on and they killed him.
Yep. And Pakistan, no congressional approval. Foreign country that wasn't involved in any of the wars. No permission. They did what they had to do.
So appreciate your call, my friend. Thank you.
That was my next comment.
All right, my man. Well, my next comment is goodbye. See you later. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just got a lot of stuff to play. This woman here, a new Amazon worker, asked how she is supposed to do her job after the United States bombed Iran. I just want to know how I'm supposed to do my job when we bombed Iran. And we're supposed to go about. We're just supposed to go and get these boxes without being worried. I just need somebody to explain to me how I'm supposed to not crash out.
Does she think that Amazon's shipping munitions to Israel?
I think she thinks that Iran is sending
their bombs. They're not like shooting them off. They're just mailing them.
Yeah, they're just sending grenades that are gonna explode at the Amazon handling facility.
I just want to know how I'm supposed to do my job.
This is how stupid.
If this is real, she doesn't have a job today.
I just want to know how I'm supposed to do my job when we bombed Iran, and we're just supposed to go around about. We're just supposed to get these boxes out without being worried. I just need somebody.
Not everybody can have a kid that's as smart as Nick Hogan. I mean Nick Hogan. Nick Diaco. Not everybody can have a Nick Diaco. That's in their life.
Thank you. Shut up and get to work.
I just need somebody to explain to me how I'm supposed to not crash out.
Oh Jesus!
I'm not supposed. Right there. That picture is our new generation of young people. Right there.
Oh, I hope not.
No, it is.
Well, there's some good ones out there, I promise.
There are a few.
They don't make videos, Steve.
They're good ones. Yeah, see, your son who graduated from Cornell went on to MIT. He's getting ready to graduate from there. He doesn't make videos of the cool stuff he does. He just does them. These dumb people who don't have any life at all. How am I not supposed to crash out? Explain to me.
Explain to me how I'm supposed to not crash out.
Right there. Welcome to America. Welcome to the new 20-something that, who has a job. She's probably making $24, $25 an hour, just moving boxes at Amazon. She probably makes more money than we do, Lummy.
Oh, jeez.
For real.
Better insurance.
Hello. With better insurance. We don't have any insurance. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, my name's Charlie. Not the same Charlie that you're, not that Charlie.
Yeah.
Do you guys know who Anwar al-Awlaki is or whatever, the American citizen that Obama had killed in Yemen without congressional approval?
No, I'm not. What? Can you give me more information?
So he was born in America. He's an American citizen. He defected to Yemen and started, I don't know if it was ISIS or Al-Qaeda or whatever terrorist cell he claimed, but he was making major threats to the United States and U.S. Marines overseas, and Obama had a drone kill him.
Okay.
And he's an American citizen.
What's wrong with that?
Congressional approval.
What's wrong with that? I mean, if you're American, if you're an American citizen and you go abroad and you are now, part of a terrorist group that has committed crimes against our country, your American citizenship shouldn't save you, my friend. That doesn't insulate you from acting like an asshole.
Yeah, I commend him for killing that scumbag.
There was no court. He wasn't convicted of anything. And I'm with you guys. I love Trump. I'm all
you know
MAGA.
what? These Barack Obama kudos just keep coming today.
It's not a kudo.
Oh, yes, it is.
F Obama. No, it isn't, buddy.
See you later, buddy. I don't got a problem if Ahmed Schmockmed was born in America, and if he went abroad and is part of a terroristic group that has caused issues with America and killed Americans through terroristic acts. I don't care if you're John Smith from Claypool, Indiana. We gonna kill you.
That's right.
Bye-bye.
I mean, yeah.
I'd like to call up and get some things about George Washington off my chest, if that's okay with you.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Some of these presidents did some good stuff.
Yeah, they did. Gotta say it when they win.
I mean,
do it right.
Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton sat in that Situation Room and guided those people, and got Osama bin Laden killed that night.
That was a win.
He died like a dog. Felix, we'll get to your Grover Cleveland rage.
I think you hit 1,000, Bubba.
We did, yeah, we did.
Thank God. I don't want to be the guy.
No, we hit it last about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, I didn't want to be the guy that the first time in the year.
Oh, you catch hell over that.
I know it. I would just be, that's the end. I'll never be back. I do love being here, Bubba. Thanks for letting me do this with you guys.
No problem, buddy. Thank you.
It's an excuse to spend time with you, too.
So, Sethy, we'll do Clem Kush earlier than later.
Okay.
Like, say, 15.
Okay.
We'll walk Steve out, and then we'll come back in, fire it up, be done. Do a quick 45, be done by top of the hour.
Okay.
I can't wait to tell you some of the stuff that
I got some stuff
handled.
I got some stuff to tell you, too, buddy.
What up, Troy? What up, Redneck?
Love it.
Now, if you're Wonderland Franco, Seth, why do you wear your $150,000 Rolex to fucking court?
Maybe it's to remind him of when he had money.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he still has money. Maybe he really needs to know the time.
What do you mean? Oh, he needs to know that. And that's the only watch he's got?
Yeah.
He can't look at his iPhone?
Hey, I'm gonna get some. I think I'm gonna get some tickets to give away for Pink Floyd at Dolly. One of those experiences things.
You mean using the show?
No, Dolly reached out to me.
That's what I'm saying for the show.
Yeah, the Dolly Dome.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. And we can air check it and give it to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And use that for a template.
What's the Dolly Dome? Is it like the Vegas Dome?
No, I think it's probably something comparable to like what Mosey has, where you're kind of like in one of those. I don't know what it's called.
They do cool stuff over there.
It's not really a theater. It's something else.
That's cool.
Coming up next, we're going to talk about the Bezos wedding.
Oh, yeah.
Planetarium. Thank you, April. Man, does Brad Pitt have a movie coming out? Because he's been all over he's been doing a ton of interviews.
He has two coming out.
Something with George Clooney or something, it looks like. I don't know.
Well, he has the F1 movie.
Oh, with Tom Cruise, right?
Bono, Stories of Surrender.
Guaranteed.
Mickey 17.
Man, Brad Pitt looks good as fuck for 60.
Did he finally get divorced, man? I think they were going on for like 8 years.
Oh, he's single as fuck, man.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you to Stephen Diaco, a fill-in for Jay.
Thank you.
Jay's hanging 10. Lummy, is it Wander?
Wander Franco.
Wander Franco. Was he a shortstop?
Yes,
or
he
third
was.
baseman?
He was shortstop.
What it was, an 11-year, $187 million contract. Third year in the league. He was this unbelievable prospect from the Dominican Republic. We made him. He was going to be the next Evan Longoria with regards to being the face of the franchise. We haven't had one in a while. We really haven't. And they were going to make this guy that. And
he was supposed to be bigger than that.
Yeah, and it comes back. Was it 2 years ago, year and a half ago, that he was blasting a 14-year-old. Now, was he blasting her? Was he flying her over here? Was all the blasting during the offseason in DR?
I thought it was all in the DR.
And Seth, he was given. Now, he's facing. Now, by the way, they don't have a jury. They don't do it the same way we do in front of a jury. They do it in front of a judge. Like Steve, there are some countries, aren't there, that like they don't have jury. Like they'll either have like 3-judge panel or just a 1-judger.
Yep.
And the judge does he's God.
Yep.
And I think that's how DR is.
Oof.
Dominican Republic, and I guess the judge has said the ruling comes down Thursday. Everybody's presented their cases. I think everybody's rest. He's now deliberating whether it's with a multi-judge panel or whether it's with him, but there is no jury. This is him in court a few days ago. Now he's facing, I think, 3 to like
just I think 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, but the mom, they got her like 20 years because they're saying she human/sex trafficked the kid.
She did. He was paying the mom.
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah, she's facing 10. He's facing 5.
Wow.
She's,
and she wanted more money, and the girl didn't want to do it anymore, and that's when it kind of all started leaking out.
Right. And, so this is some various courtroom
I like the little hats.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is opposing counsel, like if this is the state, and you got to sit there and take. Boy, how bad would that be, Steve? What do you got going on over there?
I was going to send you a Nick video. I'm sorry. I was trying to copy it.
No, she's saying, this is the look of an innocent man.
This guy right here is the guy that was blasted a 14-year-old.
Why is that coming over?
Steve, why don't you? You're not very technologically
No,
advanced.
not.
We're live on the radio right now. Let's go ahead. I can look at the video when I'm walking you to your car.
Okay,
Thank you, my friend. You're lucky you're not Danny, because Danny be getting his ass ripped right now.
I know. I'm dead now. I'm sorry.
Idiot.
Oh, jeez.
You look at your phone way too much when you're on the air. You got to pay attention.
I am paying attention.
No, you're not. You're playing bird videos from your son.
No, it's not.
You saw a spotted. You saw a spotted sparrow in Dayton, and he wanted to send you this latest spotted sparrow from Dayton deal.
No, I was trying to show you what my son's videos look like after that chick at Amazon. I swear it was show content.
Yeah, of a spotted sparrow outside of Dayton.
No.
So anyway, the judge rests his case. We will know Franco's determined. Now, I even think, Seth, if they find him not guilty, he won't ever play for the Rays again, will he? If they were to find him not guilty.
You know, I thought that he was completely done, but if he gets found not guilty, I don't know. I think the Rays still have his rights. I don't think they released him or anything.
No, yeah, they just voided his contract, but they have his rights still.
Even Trevor Bauer, though, but I guess this is on a different level of. I mean, was he a higher level player than Trevor Bauer?
Yeah,
top shelf.
Yeah, he was supposed to be. He was like he was the next big thing. He was the top prospect in baseball.
So, in closing, Lummy, this guy supposedly is running for the mayor of New York
and leading.
And he's ahead of Cuomo.
No.
Yes.
This guy, what? Cuomo just had like a 20-point lead.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
This guy.
This guy's a scumbag.
This guy is the leading. He is in the lead.
Who is he?
He's some rapper.
Well,
Shut up.
He's anti-Semitic. Like
He really is.
yeah.
AOC's pick.
Here we go.
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Man Bandini. I think his name
Former
is.
rapper and socialist, New York mayoral candidate. You would think that a person that was anti-Semitic in all places, New York City has more Jews than
Israel.
How would that ever work in New York City? Like, you could not ever be anti-Jewish with anti-Semitic. Every person up there I ever worked with was Jewish.
They found this pockets. AOC is anti-Semitic.
Anyway, this mayoral candidate, Zoran Mamdani, has just pulled ahead of Andrew Cuomo in the city's primary. This guy's got he's 33. He's pulled ahead of Cuomo in the new Emerson poll, leading 52-48. Mamdani is accused of voicing his love for the leaders of a nonprofit. Convicted of funneling a $12 million. By the way, he's getting accused of voicing his admiration and support for the leaders of a nonprofit that were convicted of funneling $12 million to Hamas. This is him saying that he loves. This is him saying he loves, that in his own words, he loves the Holy Land Five, who are convicted funders of Hamas. It's disgusting and despicable, Cuomo said, reacting to one of his songs. Mandini used to rap under the name Mr. Cardamom.
Just that nipple shot should get him disqualified.
I see why he made the pivot in his career.
Go ahead, make a rap for your naughty. It's a rap. Get the glass, spin the rack on your naughty. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your naughty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your naughty. Go ahead, make a rap for your naughty. It's a rap. Get the glass, spin the rack on your naughty. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your naughty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your naughty.
I know.
Moss can have this music.
I mean, New York is so effed up that that's the leader in the primary for the New York mayor.
I'd imagine there's more people running for mayor, though. So when it says
so.
52-48, I mean, I feel like there's other.
Just on the primary side of things, there's still a whole other half of the.
Yeah, this is just for the Democrat.
Is it okay? I just feel like I've seen.
Yeah, but
like
Republicans don't have a chance.
Not
in
a
New
chance.
York.
I just feel like I've seen 50 people that have set up just in the middle of the street in New York that are just like, hey, I'm running for mayor.
Let's hope this guy doesn't win. I take Cuomo all day. I think Cuomo's chilled out.
Yeah.
I think he's really kind of, seen the light, so to speak. And can't Eric Adams, can he not run again?
That's why I'm confused. I mean, it's a primary, but I thought Adams is a Democrat.
I thought Adams just got in.
Well, I think his term's up. This is for replacing him or him staying on another time. But I thought he would be in this primary, right? I mean,
well,
it's
unless this is the Republican primary.
No, it's Democrat for sure.
Well, that means Eric Adams is either going to switch parties or not run again.
It says Mayor Adams expected to hold re-election campaign kickoff event on Thursday with a major announcement.
He's actually kind of pulled the nose up a little bit, has he not?
Yeah, I like him now.
All right, Clem Kush, let's call it 15, Kush.
Works for me.
All right. Appreciate it. Steve-O, thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Like you're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.